Oh no. Hello. Good morning. Uh-oh. I have a giant cake diagram on my face. Actually, you know what? It makes sense that it should go maybe on the table like this. Hello, good morning, Etran. Good job on being the first active chatter. Yeah. Hi everyone. Good morning. How are you all? Good evening for you. Good morning for me. Um, That's so weird. Hang on. So you woke up and then you went to the gym and then I finished baking and then I went to sleep and then I woke up and then I went to Pilates and now I'm here still making cake. How are you, Etran? How was your day so far? I know you went to the gym. It all starts and ends with cake. Yeah, it does. Hell yeah, it does. um, yeah. So today is part two of making cake. I can't wait till this cake is done because I'm just like, for this cake. Hey, Basan! Hello! Your day was nice. You gymmed and then went to tattoo shop to spend time with the artist. Gonna keep my appointment for November. Yay! How's your day so far, Vasan? Yeah, it's good morning for me. And I think you had. What time is it for you? Hang on. Googly. Wait, isn't it really late for you? Oh well. I'll let you figure it out. Fox! Hello! For you too. You just woke up. How your breakfast? Oh, very good. Hello, Fox. Hello. You went to bed at 7 p.m. 1900 hours, 7 p.m. Very good. Wow, that's really early. You know what? I've lost all track of time because by the time I tidied up and went to bed, it was 1 a.m. And then by the time I fell asleep, it was 2 a.m. But luckily, thank goodness, my Pilates class today starts a bit later, so I got like a little extra sleep in. And then I realized I ran out of coffee, so I had to go buy some more coffee beans from a boutique. What is my time? 11:30 a.m. You just woke up and feel like shit. Regret staying up for 19 hours from the Yakuza grind. What the heck, Fox? Fox. So it's 11:30 a.m. my time. Um, what did I do? Oh yeah. And like so the I have a coffee. This sounds so pretentious, but I'm not kidding when I say in Melbourne, you can go to any suburb and there is like a boutique coffee roastery not far away. so so in the next suburb over, I have like a like it they're all these like little tiny kind of like industrial parks dotted around Melbourne, and often coffee roasters will set up their stuff there. Yeah, and so I get my beans from my dealer, my coffee roaster dealer. Yeah. Ah, Fox, you got 3 hours of sleep, but you got woken up by a fly. Oh my goodness. That's so annoying. Can you not get back to sleep, Fox? Not that I don't, I love having you in chat, but I also worry for your energy levels. That's all. Well, son, you have one of those coffee roastings at your train station. They roast their own stuff. Yeah. Yep, I have that. Actually, I have like three around. Your energy levels are golden because you did hip thrusts. Yeah, Fox, get back to bed if you can. Absolutely. Fatigue doesn't affect me because I am a kind soul. Fatigue just slides off you. Anyway, I better not yap too long here because Semi from the Haruka quest. Fox is like, Yamete! Stop it! Stop it, Haruka! And Yakuza, oh my gosh. I'm hoping that because I enjoy watching everyone else play Yakuza, but they're titles that I have not played. And I'm hoping by the time I get around to whatever title people are playing, I'm hoping that I forget some of the subplots and plots so that hey, it's Taka. I love I love all like I notice that Taka always likes to use like these booty shaking emotes and they're just so funny. Like every time I see them, I just think they're so funny. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I'm hoping that by the time I get around to to playing through my experience of the Yakuza series, that I'll forget all the stuff that I've seen on other people's streams. Because I want to be like shocked by stuff again. But I don't think I catch every single one of everyone's stream. Haruka's request is just Haruka begging Kiryu to spend money. I'll beat the bingo with all bingos. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm looking forward to it eventually when it comes. I'm looking forward to being like you and being like, I'm annoyed. All right, I'm gonna start with the baking. The baking. At this point, it's not with the baking. I think is done. At this point, it's the making. Okay. I did a little bit of reading. So the reason why, please gamble money in the casinos. um, the reason why I slept at 2 a.m. is because I did a little bit of more reading while I was trying to fall asleep about the feuilletine layer. So apparently, I can't just add straight feuilletine to the cake. Apparently, because it's a high fat thing and it's a crispy thing, if I add it to in between cake and ganache, it will get soft and it will go soggy. I'm like, my fucking God. So apparently, what I need to do is I need to coat the feuilletine pieces that I just made yesterday in some kind of fat, like high fat component thing to protect it and to keep it crunchy. In which case, I could have done that with Biscoff. But no, the flaw is me. I didn't do enough research. Okay. So we have a plan. I have a plan. Feuilletine. 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 Sorry. We had a we had a massive joke yesterday and I couldn't pronounce feuilletine properly. And I kept using Google Translate and then these these chat people, you guys were like, "Oh, it's like ooh woo," and I was like, "What the hell's ooh woo? Who is ooh woo?" I'm like, I still don't understand. Oh, well, look, my head has been full of cake. I have not done much any other research of anything else. But yeah, we have a plan. So I'm thinking a mix of feuilletine crush. Oh, Taka has an ooh woo emote. Can we like I don't know. I feel like I want to like foo woo. Like I feel like I want to make a shit post um emoji for foo woo. But then Veggie Bear has a point. Ironic shit posting is still shit posting. But it'd be pretty funny. um hang on, I need to add it to my to do my I need to add it to my to do my drawing list. Stream tasks. I have a list called stream tasks. Oh, I can tick off the Omega mode. Okay. Ame fu. I don't know. I have to like brainstorm this. Let me just write it down because it's a great idea. Fudge emote slash iwu. Okay. I'll have to do some research. It is so shitpost anyway. I was gonna say. Oh yes. I have an idea for the fudge that we're gonna. I'm thinking. So I think Nutella is high fat, and I think we can mix Nutella with. I don't know if I have enough chocolate, but I'm thinking of melting down some chocolate and then mixing it with Nutella, because Nutella is kind of like this like pasty material. Crap, do I have enough Nutella? Look, we're gonna scrounge together some stuff and then we'll see what we can do. And I may have some like very old chocolate somewhere in the pantry that we might be able to like cobble together. I'm thinking like a praline kind of like pasty started with the feuilletine mixture situation. Anyway, I'm glad Jen is not here because if Jen was here, Jen would be like, "Is this even the same cake anymore, Ame?" I'm like, "Shut up, Jen." I can already hear Jen's voice in my head. All right. So to recap, yesterday we did the chocolate fudge cake. We're gonna check, and I put it in the freezer. So I'm gonna check how it goes. We made the homemade feuilletine, but we need to figure out how to like put it in the pin between the layers. How to make a thing. Should we tackle that first? Yes. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna get to it because there's so much to do today. Whoa. Whoops. I have to swap the mics over. Okay. Um, Today I'm only gonna deal with one camera. Hang on. I'm gonna deal with one camera because I need the extra sink space because this is highly complex situation. All right. Bring up the recipe. Oh, and I'm still drinking coffee. Oh, and I forgot to set up chat. Hang on, chat. I put you away to charge last night. I'm gonna put the stand back and grab you and a battery pack to keep you juiced up, chat, so that you don't get fatigued and die on me. Battery pack. Wait, my mic is attached. Yeah, I can hear myself. So the mic is working. My excuse is it's been a long week. Well, has it? I don't know. Spent a lot of time online this week. I'm excited for when we can go back to just sitting down and having more whatchamacallit, like sedate streams. This is like such an active stream, guys. This week has been so active. Okay, I have coffee. Oh, and I also want to like kind of take some Fujifilm like proper camera photos of the process. All right, let's have a look at this frozen cake. Oh, I think it looks okay. So the mistake I made yesterday was that I carved it. You got a new tripod? Is this for what kind of, for photography or for streaming, Etran? Yes, please. Provide me. I want details. I want how tall. I want for photography. What kind of photography? And is it, I'm assuming it's a thread, and I don't know how heavy your camera is. Cake term. Tucker. You thought it was Tucker. Engage! Hey, Satan! Hello, hello. Engage. Engage cake, yeah. I really want to one day make the make like a bum cake and call it Engage's cake. Maybe I'll model it off like the virtual fighter character. And it'll be funny. And I would chuckle the whole entire time. So, okay. All right, okay, we're gonna tackle this praline thing, and we're gonna try and, okay, so I have like some Nutella. Okay, I have Biscoff. I have feuilletine. We're gonna do something with this. We gotta protect the crunchiness of the feuilletine. Okay, so we have feuilletine. And okay, so the chemistry is that because this is high fat, and if we add water to it, it will soften. So we got to keep it crunchy. How's it going, Satan? It's going good. Like, I'm rested. Can I give you a recipe for a very good cake Portuguese? You can, but I may forget it. So, because right now, my brain is in this 3-day cake making marathon. So, maybe when I'm brainstorming for my next cake making recipe event, there's butt-shaped controllers with flashlights for over. What? there's butt-shaped controllers with flashlights. What? How? Where? For Overwatch. Where does the flashlight even go? I don't. Oh, what? Okay, I think my brain just made up a use case, and I was like, I guess it makes sense. But like, I have physiological questions. So by that description, I'm imagining a silicon flashlight that you kind of like, that has a mold for your controller that you slot your controller in. And then you can hold it using various ways. But then like physiologically, if you're maintaining something that is stiff enough to keep inside a flashlight for a long period of time, I don't think maintaining it for that long period, like how long is a match of Overwatch? Also, like, questions, okay. It's probably not the like, it's not just a butt, it's like the waist too. So kind of like something to lean on. And like, are you actively using it like as both things at the same time? Because like, I guess that's a kink, and we don't kink shame, but it's like, I don't know. How long is an Overwatch match? Just appoint this name, Paul. Oh, okay. Hang on. Let me Google that, Satan, about the sponge cake. I feel like I need like, I'm gonna have to do some Googling, Tucker. I have questions. On Overwatch game is 10 minutes. Yeah, I think that's feasible for, okay, so I like, if you're like doing both at the same time, I guess so. Sure. It makes sense, kind of. Cake recipe. Whoa, this is Satan, this is a very eggy recipe. Egg yolks, baking powder, flour. Wow. Okay, I've Googled it. Maybe it's the same. Okay. Shoot and shoot. It's such a goon gamers. Yeah. Very keen. I mean, I guess like on person, it means that it fits a niche of people who get aroused by playing Overwatch. Is that the demographic? I'll say in your pastry is based on your egg yolks. Yeah, it sounds very eggy. It sounds very sort of dense. Why are we analyzing the logistics of flashlights for gaming? Well, I'm curious to know what's the use case application and who is the audience? Like who is the demographic? Is the demographic like people who get aroused by video games, by Overwatch video games, and are suddenly like, like like questions. I'll have to look it up again, but I'm not sure how you're supposed to multitask that hard. Yeah. Maybe it's like dual purpose. Maybe the activities are separate. Maybe it's like on one hand good ergonomics because like if you're saying it's like involves like a button or waist, imagining it's like cast out of silicon, right? And so then you have like essentially if you sit down and you put it on your lap, you have like an arm prop. And then I guess like as a separate activity, you can be happy. Saying it comes from the comments where the nuns made food and the yolks were left, so they started to use it on pastry. Ah, the benefit of using egg yolks is that it's very like rich and dense. Out every game that they could have done this for, I'm not surprised Overwatch. Yeah. Also, the other thing, why Overwatch? Because like I can't imagine that you have adrenaline and you're like shooting, you're running around, and then like yeah. Is it a very thirsty game? Um, the cake's not too eggy, it's very delicious and fluffy. Yeah, imagine it's very rich. It also depends how you beat the egg yolks. Okay, I need to like look up. I'm getting distracted by this Widowmaker. Is that the character? Widowmaker. Oh yeah. Yeah. Pretty much sums it up. I see. I see how someone might be into that. That's okay. So that's why when you look up the Portuguese pastries, you see that they're mostly based on egg yolks. Ooh. I think I need to do like a Portugal cooking stream because I think there are some foods, Portuguese foods that I'm very interested in. Okay, what am I doing? I'm looking up feuilletine recipes. And Nutella dream cake. Oh, do I have any extra chocolate? So I have dark chocolate, milk chocolate, but I need these for the ganache and the mousse. So I can't, and I don't, and I need the leftovers to temper chocolate for the decorations. And so all these techniques I'm talking about are all just like different components. Do I have some leftover crap chocolate? By the way, chat, just a informative point about chocolate. There's actually two different kinds of chocolate that you can use. The cheap kind, which are often in these melts. I have some dark chocolate melts. That when you check the ingredients, these are made with so really good chocolate, like this one, is if you look at the ingredients, it has cocoa mass, sugar, cocoa powder, and cocoa butter. And that's it. And it should say it contains like 70%, 60 to 70% cocoa solids. And that's what you can do. That's what you need to make chocolate and to get it into like the right, to get it tempering, if that makes sense. Whereas which are fine to put into like cupcakes and stuff. These, when you look at the ingredient list, has vegetable fat and emulsifiers, and they do not behave the same chemically as each other where you're using the chocolate. So in the top right hand corner of my screen, I have a cross section of a cake. So I'm using the chocolate in the ganache layer, which is the light green one, and the chocolate mousse. Yeah. Okay, I have some, okay, so I found some of these chocolate melts, which I think will work fine for the purposes of the praline layer. So I'll save these for the other ones. And because this praline layer is like all kinds of things. And I think, Tucker, you can't find them now, but it was a one-off ad a few years ago. Oh, is the demographic you, Tucker? No shame, no king shaming, just, you know, wouldn't be surprised. You do like those butt emotes, I'm just saying. You ask us normally use culinary chocolate outside. Outside a cake, like a glaze. Okay, so let's figure this out. I gotta figure out the ratios. Melt the chocolate in a microwave, crumble the feuilletine flakes in a large bowl, add the milk chocolate and praline paste. Instead of praline paste, I'm going to use Nutella. And I'm thinking like a really thin one. And because I baked the cake in this shape, I was thinking of making like a disc that was like shaped like this, and then leaving it to set and freeze while we do the rest of the other stuff. Like this. And then like a silicon tray. I'm Meg Tidy. Hello. Welcome. How are you today, Tidy? Okay, here's our shape. So with this, one of the things that I'm considering is that because I bought the Biscoff, should I try and add some Biscoff to that? So the flavor profile is going to be of this cake is mostly chocolate, but with this extra thing I'm adding, Biscoff is kind of like a caramel biscuit layer, and feuilletine is this like sugary kind of layer. I don't know what is bun or Maria in English. Oh, bain marie. Where you use a different heat to melt the chocolate, normally done over like a boiling pot of water. This game is really keeping you locked in the kitchen dungeon, isn't it? Yeah, it is. All right. I'm going to, though, do a little bit of like a cheat method, because you can melt chocolate in the microwave. I just need to figure out the ratios. I'm gonna see if I can find someone else's recipe with the ratios of stuff. And it looks like approximately equal amounts of feuilletine. 100 grams of feuilletine paste. I don't know how much Nutella I have. This is how you make the chocolate normally to cover the cake. So it's more paste than it is chocolate, and then feuilletine crepes. So I think, okay, we're just gonna wing it. We'll see how it turns out. Let me weigh out how much Nutella I can use. So instead of praline paste, because I don't have praline paste, because I only decided that we're going to do this last night, after the cooking stream yesterday. I'm just going to measure out some Nutella. 40. 50. Also, Engage, how are you? I got distracted by Tucker and Tucker's description of a flashlight controller. And I'm like, huh? 67. And also, how are you, Tucker? You're very, you derail me very easily. 70. Okay. Actually, you know, I'm gonna just finish this entire jar of Nutella, and then we'll see what we can manage. Your next recipe will be apple crumble. Yeah, apple crumble is really nice. I already did choco salame, which was very good. Oh, so you're a baker as well. I'm not very good at baking, guys, actually. I'm probably better at savory foods than I am with baking. But like every now and then, I just try and like challenge myself and be like, all right, let's do this. Okay. I was thinking like, you want to cook more? No, it's good. Okay, 82 grams. I have that. Okay, yes. We'll just use all of that. So if we go approximately half with milk chocolate, so 40. I'm just going to use these. So these are dark chocolate melts. Yeah. We're not making a very big amount. So I'm just going to microwave this in like bursts of like 20 seconds or so. Not enough to like boil it, but just enough to soften everything. And then, so it's, let's say 40, 80, 120. If we do 60 feuilletine, I think if we do 60 feuilletine, we're going by ratios. So I'm thinking like, because I want to keep it soft, I don't want to use too much chocolate, which is why I use double the amount of Nutella so if it's at one part chocolate, it's 2 parts Nutella, and then equal parts Nutella with feuilletine is what I'm thinking. So I have 16 grams, 40. I'm going to get up to 60, I'm thinking. This is like all experimental, guys. Yeah, 60, which is this amount. And then we're going to crumb it up, and then we're going to mix it together. Saying you want to cook more. You love to cook, but you need it to be on your rhythm. When you were at home alone, you did a carbonara, which is really good. Did choco salame, hamburgers, bacon, cheese, and sauteed mushrooms. That sounds really good. The problem here is I'm not alone at home. Once you change home, you'll be good. That cookie looks a lot like cheesecake base. Oh, you mean this cookie? It is feuilletine. It's a French like, it's a French like, let me melt this together. It's a French like biscuit, like a sugar biscuit. but it's essentially baked, like spread out really, really thin and then baked. Feuilletine, yeah. Oh, can you imagine like, you know, I'm going out to a bar and then I just have my feuilletine and then I'm like, oh, sorry, were you looking at my biscuit? Oh, did you know it's a feuilletine? Also, what scenario would I be in that I am walking around with some feuilletine in my hand all the time? I don't know. But if I was a guy and I was trying to like hook in the baking chicks. I don't know if they're I don't know what am I talking about? I don't know. Apparently that's where people meet people. How do I know? I haven't played the dating sim that tells me how to date people, have I? So... This is why I need the dating sims to educate me. I spend all my time indoors. Okay, I'm just like doing 20-second bursts just to like get this heat in, and I can, it's the consistency is not great. Nice name. I'm not, it's legitimately called feuilletine. Also, the more I say it, the more fun it is to say. Come on, you have to admit, like, try, like, is everyone, so hey, you guys are making fun of me, but are you saying it at home? Because like, also, can you imagine if like, you go over to like, I don't know, someone who's super into cakes and you're like, and you just casually are like, yeah, I know what a feuilletine is. I know what a Entremet cake is. And they're like, whoa. Food team. Um, uh-oh. I accidentally put my thumb into the Nutella. I'm just trying to get all these clumps out. I'm just doing bursts of heat to make sure I just get like a consistent heat, because sometimes you can get like heat spots in it. And I don't want the sugar to, I don't want the sugar to kind of like burn, no, crispen, whatever the word is. Okay, I think I have a very nice paste. So we're now going to crumb this up. So essentially we are coating the feuilletine in this Nutella chocolate paste, and then we're going to spread it out onto the base. Okay, I should have used a bigger bowl. This is my bad. My bad. But essentially we're hopefully the plan is that this will surround each feuilletine wafer particle in a fat that will then kind of act like a waterproofing layer to prevent it from absorbing any moisture that will come from the ganache. And the reason why I'm not using just straight chocolate is because I want it to be like still kind of soft. My Lord, this is so messy. I'm doing this for texture. Okay. And this will hopefully keep the feuilletine crunchy. Do you reckon I should add Biscoff? I'm worried that like if I add Biscoff, it's another unknown element, which like, oh damn, it got stuck on my fingers and I was licking it off and it tastes really good. Okay. Crisp, soft, yeah. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. One of the best cookies you'll ever have, you can put butter. You can hit them with tea or coffee. Oh, that does sound good. Bolaka Maria, aka Cookie Maria. All right. Everything has been, I don't see any naked feuilletine. I think it's all been clothed by the Nutella chocolate mix. And I'm hoping that when it cools down, it will also, interesting color and texture. Don't worry, it'll make sense. It'll make sense. So I'll hit the bottom of this frame with just the bottom edge with some olive oil spray, non-stick spray. Even though this is non-stick, but I really want to make sure that it comes down like this. And then I'm using this to hold the shape, and I'm doing a thin layer, and I'm going to freeze it. And I'm hoping that the chocolate cocoa solids will solidify it a bit, but not solidify it too hard. You know it well. The difficulty is trying to get this thing pressed down. It's very, very sticky. I need like a mash thing to press it down. But I think it's too sticky. I think it's too wet. Oh no, chat. I think it's too wet. It's too wet that it's sticking to my spatula. I think I needed more feuilletine. Shit. Do I just keep adding more feuilletine? I'm not panicking. You're panicking. There's no panic. Hang on, I'm just going to crumb this up. I'm just now mixing it in the frame, which I was hoping I didn't have to do, but now that I'm trying to actively spread it out. Okay. Back in the bowl it goes. It's too messy to put back in the bowl. That's the problem. Just add more. Yeah, I'm adding more. It's not that it's wet, it's that like the ratios, I've stuffed up the ratio somehow. More. Hopefully, let's just add this part and then there just wasn't enough dry things for the chocolate Nutella mixture to stick to. I need a thing to scrape off my spatula. I need another metal spatula, but like a medium-sized one. Okay. I really need to get an offset spatula, I think. That might be my next kitchen equipment purchase. Okay, that feels a lot better. It's kind of like the texture of if you've ever made like Rice Krispies or Cornflake Krispies. I'm thinking, do I have the bottom of a flat bottomed jar? I need something with a really flat bottom. This might do. To kind of like, so the spatula, because of the angle, I can't really get like a good, even pressing down. Okay, somehow this is working out. Me, you have a flat bottom. All I can think is like, go do some more hip thrusts. Okay. Okay. All right, and then I'm going to do this. Try and like apply pressure downwards and spread it out evenly. It's still like a little bit wet, but I think it should be okay. Imagine this is what it's like to kind of like try and spread and even out cement. When like you're laying out footpaths and stuff. It feels like the same. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that actually. Hip thrust. It looks like dirt from this angle. Yeah. Soil cake. So you have like a few textures of things. And yeah, I've tried my best. Let's just do a photo of it because like I think it'd be cool. Yeah, that's what you. Okay. All right, I'm gonna freeze this now, like it is. And the plan should be that it will become a disc. And then because I've used the same mold as the other cake, I'm hoping that it will fit. Like they will fit together like a puzzle, you know? Okay. All right, I think we can get back, we can now progress to what we were originally going to spend today doing. And oh, actually I missed your message earlier about your tripod. Well, how tall is a tripod? Crap. I got distracted by freaking Tucker. The tripod goes for about 50 to 150 centimeters high. Oh yeah. Speaking of photos, I didn't know, but a little rectangle that I bought can attach to the shoe mount of your camera and it really adds to the lighting. I actually I don't actively use a lot of extra lighting for my photos. Wait, so what do you, a little rectangle light? What, isn't that more used for videography? Because what well, I guess it depends. Like, what situations have you used it in? Okay. Yay! We're now down to 1 container of feuilletine. Excellent. All right. Okay, back to the recipe at hand, which is your camera can mount to your shoe. Did you say that Kiwami 3 got leaked? No. I don't know what's happening in the Yakuza world. Because did we know that it was getting developed? What's the pictures when it is dark inside and I don't have control of the lighting for example, when at a convention or something. Does it look good? How do we feel about it? I honestly don't have an opinion. We didn't know it was giving job, but we knew. Oh, but now it's like, is it now it's like confirmed that it's being developed? The most reasonable course actually because how janky it is. Okay, next, assembling. Yeah, how do you guys feel about Kiwami 3? Are you happy? Like, I'm so behind that even if it came out, I probably wouldn't play it for like, because I haven't played the other games for like a year. No, maybe longer than a year. Because I don't want to spoil the story for myself. So I'll be starting from like Yakuza 0. Okay. I need to make ganache. And we're making dark chocolate ganache. So in order to, and then we need to cool the ganache. Sorry, I'm just showing the recipe. You guys can keep, I'll read the messages once I've laid out these recipes. Okay. Granulated sugar. So caster sugar. We're doing 10 grams of glucose. I think I have, can I substitute corn syrup for glucose? I don't think so. Can I? Hang on. I don't know, hang on. I need to answer this question. Yakuza 3 is so dated. The Lightner Ulanzi. Ooh. I know the brand Ulanzi. Actually, my camera bag is a Ulanzi bag. Yakuza 3 is so rough to play. 4 and 5 are fine. Oh, okay, that's good for me because by the time I finish Yakuza 0 and move on through the titles, hopefully by then it's been released and I can play like an updated version. It's going to be made on the same engine as Empire. It's going to be amazing. Yes, making that meme. It will be good now that they can make beat 'em ups with the Dragon engine. I was not a fan of Yakuza 2 or 6. Okay, Guide and Pirate felt good to play. Pirate is a very fun experience. So far I'm having a really, like, there is nothing about the UI or the way that it runs that I can complain about. 110 grams of whipping cream, which is thick cream. 110 here. And we're doing, we put the Biscoff away. And we're doing, oh, and we need butter. Butter. And we need dark chocolate. But we need 50 grams of dark chocolate and 50 grams of, or 40 grams of milk chocolate mixture. Sugar. I think I can substitute honey instead of glucose because I think essentially we just need like a thick syrup, thick syrup-like consistency. Kwame 2 and Yak 6 just didn't felt good to fight in. Garden and Pirate felt great to me. Sure, they took feedback and time to refine what was there in Kwame 2 and Pirate. Ah. The thing is, like, I think the only thing that's recent in my memory is Pirate Yakuza. And I can't even remember how it felt playing. I think I played one of the Kiwami games, actually. Heat-proof bowl or glass bowl, pour in about 30 or boiling mixture over your chocolate until you reach a shiny, smooth consistency, until you've added all your cream. Place your butter into a tall container. So I don't have an immersion blender, so I'm going to blend my ganache into a smoothie cup. Yeah. Okay, this should be... I'm scared to say this because I feel like I'm jinxing myself. But this should be fairly straightforward. And I'm going to use the stovetop. Kamichi's combat is your favorite combat, not going to lie. That or Gaiden. I'm so excited to, like, eventually make my way through the titles. And then eventually I'll have an opinion like everyone else. But right now, I'm like, I've got no opinion. I can't, like, I'm not in a position to, like, throw out comments if I have no knowledge of it. But I'm happy for the community. So how did the leak happen? Like, someone just leaked it. Okay, so I need to heat up glucose, sugar, and cream. I'm going to do this pot. This pot. Yeah, this one's already damaged. 0. 110 grams of cream. Oh, shit! I got the lid leaked bit of the cream as I was opening it, and then there's like a splatter, a smear, if we will, across the floor of the kitchen and my apron. At least it wasn't too much. It's just a few droplets. Okay, here we go. 110. It was on IGG's own website. They accidentally put it on IGG website and then took it off immediately. Something happened. They put it on the site under Kwame 2. Oh, they probably had it like in draft mode or something. Shumia. And like somebody accidentally hit it to go live. Maybe they were like prepping for it. Was it like an announcement post? You know, like, the thing is, when you work in like a big corporation, it's like you see behind the curtain and you're just like, man, you think people would be, you know, more organized and stuff, but it's not really. Some of this stuff is like handled by like interns and stuff. Some people very new in the industry, in their workplace. I'm trying to get 110 grams. Oh, yes, perfect. Okay. We'll find out next Wednesday. Yay! I wish someone would smear across the kitchen floor. Just like drag you across. Knew that Kwame 3 was going to be the next glow up in the series, but like no one knew it was coming so soon. Did the images look like they were pretty like complete? All right. 15 grams of granulated sugar. Oh, there was no images. It was just an announcement. Okay. Boo! I guess, oh, it was just some text and essentially a sitemap. Ah, okay. Somebody messed up. They probably wanted to, like, fuck. Why am I so bad at measuring out things today? Okay, I'm gonna accept that as being okay. Glucose, 10 grams. We're gonna go honey, and then we're gonna heat this up, but I need this to not boil, because if I boil, I'm fucked. All right, 10 grams. Let's go slowly. Fuck! You know how I said I'm gonna go slowly? Yeah, well, I overestimated how small 10 grams was. So now I'm gonna try and save myself. Oh, yes. That was exactly 3 grams of honey. Wednesday is IGG's official summit. Oh, that makes sense. So they were preparing it for the summit, and then someone accidentally hit go live on the page when like they're meant to do it after the date. That makes sense. I can see how that mess up happened. The thing is like the thing is like for me, because I'm so behind with everything that like like everything, games, like shows, like I don't know, I watched like hype shows like years after they've been released. Because I don't know, I just feel like everything takes time to mature. Sometimes like even with like, you know, with games and stuff, it takes time for like games to mature. If there's bugs, I know I'm miss out on like hype. So I know that when like Cyberpunk got released, there was like so much hype and people being like, oh, you know, talking about how bad and stuff was, but I was honestly fine. You won't lie, you're still going to be mad that all the people that are new to the series get to enjoy nice stuff while us more seasoned Yakuza enjoyers had to go through the trenches. That's me, Fox! I thank you. Not throwing shade, but like it's gonna stop. I can imagine that because you're like, but also Fox, you can't discount like the magic of discovering Yakuza way back when. Like you can proudly say, yeah, you were an OG. You know, that's something to be proud of. Okay, so I'm gonna measure out the chocolate in a heat-proof bowl, which is a Pyrex bowl. And also, you're not an OG. You are to me, Fox. And also the other thing is like the fact that because you've experienced it before me, you played the games for over 5 years now. Yeah, okay, like you are to me. It's all relative, Fox. It's all relative. And because you've like played it before me, we're different, you and I, Fox. Yeah. And the thing is like you guys are like, okay, maybe not like the OGs, but you're the trailblazers. And I get to benefit. And I thank you for that. You're not an OG, but you claim that I am. Yeah, exactly. 40 grams of milk chocolate. 40, 35. Ooh, 39.9. I think that is good enough. You don't deserve the title. You're being too hard on yourself, Fox. Won't the real yucks trenches please stand up? Lanthus! Hey, dummy mummy. I'm kidding. 50 grams of dark chocolate. Ugh. OGs for people who have played the original Yakuza 1 and 2. Either way, you're a veteran of the Yakuza games to me. Also, like, Fox, the other thing is, like, you know, it doesn't matter how early or how late someone joins a community. It's about the spirit, you know? It's about being like, I love this game. I'm going to, like, you know, encourage other people to get into it, that kind of thing. Thank you, you accept. Hey, Lanthus, how are you? Wait, are you lurking today? You don't have to answer if you're lurking. 50 grams. 30, 37. Machu places melon on table. 50. Okay. All right. We have our mix of dark and milk chocolate. And, oh, it's going to take a while. I'm going to, okay, what we're going to be doing now is the mixture of cream, sugar, and honey that I have here is meant to melt this chocolate. But I don't think it's going to happen that easily. I think it's going to be annoying. So I'm going to give this chocolate a little bit of heat in the microwave. Just a little bit. And look, I have done Bain Marie's before, but they're a pain in the ass, okay? Like, if you don't know let me just explain to people. You're doing well, sorry, just multitasking. No worries, Lanthus. I'm just raging about Bain Marie's. Now, I'm gonna demonstrate to you what the process of a Bain Marie is and does, and why it's so freaking annoying. So essentially, imagine, if you will, I wish someone would put their melons on your table. Cantaloupe. This is, okay, so what would happen is, imagine you have like a flame, like a stovetop. You fill this pot up with water. Then you get a bowl that can sit in like this. And essentially what you do is then your chocolate would sit in this bowl, and you have to like heat. So the hot water is like boiling, right? And so then you're standing over, and this is essentially is a basic Bain Marie setup. And so what you're doing is you're applying indirect heat from a steam source to the bottom of the bowl to melt the chocolate. And the idea is that you can't directly apply heat, like you can't just put chocolate into a pot on a flame, because the heat is too strong, and because the sugars in the chocolate, it could separate the fats and the sugars. Whatever. You essentially separate and crack the chocolate. So chocolate is like very annoying. Chocolate is like is a high maintenance person. You know, it's like, oh, I want heat, but I don't want like too strong heat. You know, like it's too hot for me. Like, come on, please, bitch. Like, and that's like to do with like real chocolate, whereas like fake chocolate is a bit more forgiving because there's like vegetable oils and like emulsifiers to stabilize it. Anyway, the cleanup of a Bain Marie would be the bane of my life. And I've done it before. And honestly, this is my microwave method is not an approved method. But if you are very careful with how much heat you apply, you can get the same effect. I swear. So when people are like, Bain Marie, I'm just like, yeah, but like it's annoying. And you get like really hot and sweaty, and you have to stand over the top, and then you have to continually stir. That's to not break the temper of the chocolate. Yeah, that's why when you get a chocolate bar and it melts in your pocket, it's all this shit. Yeah. Okay, so I've introduced some heat, not a lot, because you can see it's still like solid, but there's like the edges are a little bit. So I'm going to reheat this cream, but I'm going to let it, I need to not let it boil, because once it boils, it produces that scum layer, and like, it's annoying. It adds a lump. It adds lumps to my mixture. You'll get hot and sweaty for your bain marie. Fox, you're broke after the cult of the live stream, you just remembered. Thank you so much for hanging out. That stream was so hilarious. I had so much fun. Um, it was so much fun. And Vasad as well. My God, like so many like sub stories played out. And I think like the other thing that made it really, really funny is that I don't know, it really felt like you guys were in the game. I'm still chuckling for days after that. Uh, like Bosan just being like, man, Fox, your character was so like, I don't know, unique and weirdly you, and like hiding in the bushes and wouldn't go to sleep and wouldn't like do any work. And what, for some reason, your follower let me beat you up, and I was just like, oh, what the hell is happening? Okay, I'm doing this. Okay, the cream is like, maybe I do need to bring up the Bain Marie. Ah, FML. Fun. We called you to talk about your car's extended warranty. How long did I last after I left? Because you really didn't do so well. So I was speaking to some friends afterwards. Apparently, they were like, the game's really easy. And I was like, what do you mean? Everyone died. They're like, I've never seen that happen. It's like, the number of people that you killed, I've never seen that happen. I was like, what? Yeah, I did not do well. I need to look up whether I can like, if I want to keep playing it because I'm determined to beat the game. Um, no, I know what we did wrong. We increased population too quickly without providing enough support and like a foundation. I know now. Ooh, yeah, baby. Look at this mixture going on. Oh, yes. That's right. Incorporate. So I'm adding it slowly in parts to just like slowly melt the chocolate. Boston, I told you so. I know. It was also kind of funny how everyone just kept ignoring Bossan. Bossan was the person in the back being like, "You're all gonna die," and everyone's like, "Nah, we're fine." My faith dropped like a rock. Yeah. Real shit with games and remakes. I would like for them to play the most new player friendly experience. I want them to like my favorite series, like RE4 remake. Yes. Okay. Because of you, I've added Resident Evil on my list. I don't know what the order of all these games I'm going to play. Then you need to keep your faith higher than 50%. It was really hard to keep the faith up. So people started dissenting and leaving. Not me, but fuck you, Jens. What, Tucker? Tucker's like this bitter soul. It's like, no, I need the original experience. Do you reckon they'll like, I don't know how, so I was watching Engage play Kingdom Hearts and it looks really old. I'm not gonna lie. And I don't know I don't know. I've never played a game that old before because I missed out on playing any games during that time period. And I don't know if mentally I'll be okay or not. I'll have to see. Yeah. Okay, so this is now all smooth. And now I'm going to put the butter. Welcome to new gens. Same for the new folks getting into Monster Hunter. So I did play Monster Hunter Rise, which is, I guess, new generation. I know like some people were like old school Monster Hunter. Okay, hang on. I need to figure out how much butter. 10 grams of butter. Okay. I'm a little bit okay. Let me just preface this next part, which is blending the butter with the chocolate cream mixture. There is a note in the recipe that's like, oh, try not to incorporate air. But I think I'm going to end up incorporating air into this, and I don't know how bad it's going to make the ganache. I think it's not going to be as silky smooth, but I think I can live with that because I wasn't about to buy an immersion blender just for this step. Like, screw that. Got to struggle the way I did. Tucker's like, back in my day. You played the original Tetris on the Game Boy it came with. Wow. You're like, okay, it's Monster Hunter Rise just didn't feel good for the few hours you played. And then again, you're salty because no ultra wide support. So I played Rise. So essentially how I got into Monster Hunter Rise, which is how I got sucked into the game, was do you know what got me into the essentially like the first opening scene with the twins, and then you know how one of the sisters is like Ada Ada, and I was like there are these there are these sisters that are gonna like introduce me to the game. I mean I'm sold. Oh shit. I don't think we need to blend this shit. I think this is bullshit. Chat is like, oh no. I think we can just melt the butter and then mix it by hand, because like this is just going to make another thing really messy and I'm going to lose ganache along the way. And it's 10 grams of butter, which is a tiny amount. See, it's even smaller than that. And like they just want it blended well. Well, I can blend it well. I'm getting sassy with the recipe. I'm just like, no, I disagree. I don't think it's going to make a difference. It's such a small amount. If it was a big amount of butter, maybe I will like try and make the blending thing work. But I honestly don't think so. I think I need it to be more liquid than that. But I don't want it to be liquid. Oh, I guess because butter is like, fuck. I don't know. I'm in a theory conundrum. You're like, oh, you do too, but because you have an ultra wide monitor, it's either windowed or really, really shitty quality on your massive monitor. Wow, Fox. I think that's a rich person problem. I don't think that's I think that's a you rich person problem. Roller Coaster Tycoon is your favorite older game. You won't gatekeep games and you welcome all new people. Yeah, Etran, you are a kind soul. There's this thing called DXWND. It might fix that. You didn't go through the same struggle as my parents, and I won't force others to go through what I went through. See? Tucker's like, I fundamentally disagree. You will share life hacks and quality of life stuff. I was like that at work too. Yeah, I think I am the same mentality as you. But I think Fox still holds you're not rich, you're broke as shit. Well, you're rich in monitor width. Okay, I think I have an idea. So I'm going to mix by parts. I'm going to transfer an amount of the chocolate mixture to make sure that this mixes well. I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to heat it up, keep it warm. And then I'm going to mix that and then mix it by parts. You're breaking shit. What was I going to say? I think the only old games that I really ever played was Hercules. I don't know if anyone remembered Hercules. And like, I really liked it, but also I really sucked at it. But I really liked it. And it's one of those things that I've never actually finished because I played it as a kid because my cousins had it on PlayStation. And it was still back in the day where I didn't really understand games very well and stuff. There's like some old titles that I want to kind of go back and like re-challenge. Also, like when I used to go to, we have this program in Australia called After School Care, where if your parents were working, like, you know, and not after school care, it's like another parent's friends would like pick me up and I would stay at their house until my parents. And so their kid had a game called Crash Bandicoot. And once again, I wasn't very good, but it's one of those things where it's like nostalgic now, as well as oh god, the ISU Summit is at 4 a.m. Oh no, Fox. You love the PS1. Yeah. And I also like something else that I played, which I kind of want to finish. I actually would like to go back and try. Oh crap. The most obscure game you played is called Beilerberg, which is a German medieval artillery game that came on a CD with a magazine one time. Wow, that is really obscure. Do you ever play Facade? No. You grew up playing Pac-Man, Worlds, and a whole bunch of OG's Me. Yes, Crash. So I grew up in a family that didn't really understand games. And we had a PS, but like they wouldn't buy me any games. So all I had was I played the demo of Spyro. So that's another game that I want to go back and just see if I can play, which is Spyro the Dragon, yes. And also the other game is Spyro the Dragon and with my cousins, they would let me play the tutorial level of Lara Croft, and that was it. And I never actually made it into the original game. So like one day, I think it would be fun to just like re-challenge my memory of it and actually try to progress through the game. Spyro has a remake? Oh, really? The problem is, it's a platform. Tomb Raider stream when? Get past the tutorial. Yeah. I just want to get past the tutorial. I remember just being like very, very confused. Okay. This is good. I'm going to reincorporate this back into the first three games you believe are bundled together. Oh, that sounds pretty good. The other thing is, do I still have... I actually still think I have my PlayStation. I've forgotten which one. I think it's the PlayStation 2. It's the black one with the blue detail. Is that the right one? PlayStation 2? Like, I have the console. I just don't have games for it. I need another spatula. Okay. I'm going through so many spatulas today. Most remakes are pretty good, you think? I like the Resident Evil remakes are probably the gold standard. Yeah, okay, dude. I'm glad that you support that, Tidy, because that's on my to play list. Never mind, the summer's at 9 p.m. my time. I'm gonna be there. The only remake or remaster you can think of that's not good is Saints Row 3. I've not played any of the like Saints Row, or like in my mind for some reason Saints Row and like Grand Theft Auto kind of belong to the same genre, but I've never played any of them. And I don't know if I'm the demographic for it. Like if there is enough like funny like memes, then I'll be tempted to. Resident Evil 3 is trash. You don't play Resident Evil 3 OG is not amazing. Oh, okay. I mean, Etran, you're recommending 4. I think someone else also said 2. I can't remember who. Oh, I was trying to remember like who said 2, and then my brain went to, there was something I was gonna, that I had a flashback to a conversation. I think it was in Etran's stream where someone said, okay, this is a really weird tangent, but I just need to like get this off my brain. Where someone said they hated doing sit-ups. And for some reason that stayed in my brain. And then I forgot to say at the time, there is an alternative to sit-ups if you want to work out your core. And that is to do farmer carry, if you know what those are. Anyway, I just needed to like, I just needed to like say that. Saints Row 3 and 4 have big dildo baseball bats as weapons. Okay, yep, that's one meme. But Tucker, is there enough of memes to carry me through an entire game? Like, is there enough like funny stuff happening like in Yakuza that would keep me playing? Like, I need like funny things. You hate doing so because I can't keep your legs on the floor. That's probably to do with your core strength. For people who want to do sit-ups, check out farmer carries because they can help with like you got to work your way up to them, and there's like a proper way to progress. Okay, I think I have mixed the ganache without putting it into a blender. See, recipe? I'm smarter than you. Except what I need to do now is I need to cover this and let it cool down in the fridge. Place really heavy stuff on your feet. Tucker, you're gonna have to look into this. Sounds counterintuitive. Yeah, but like that's cheating, Fox. But I can get you started, I guess. You can sometimes hook your feet into like a bar to kind of like keep it from lifting. There's also those machines at the gym where it has like a padded thing, and you kind of lie down on an angle and then you kind of like crunch up. You can do that as well. You hook your feet under the couch at home. Saints Row is generally pretty silly. All right, maybe I'll look at some gameplay. Oh no, I don't need to add more games to my list. You guys are just gonna keep me playing games forever, which I guess is good. Crunch machine. Yes, the crunch machine thing. Yeah, you don't have money for gym. Also, gyms here are a scam. Yeah, they can be like razors. Also, check out farmer carries, because if you have heavy dumbbells at home, you can do them. And you do them one on each side and eventually progress to doing like uneven ones as well. Okay, how am I going to cover this? I think I have to just do Glad wrap. And I don't want to transfer it to another container. So I'm just going to, do I want to transfer it to another container? I need to stop putting things in water because now all the water things don't like each other. Let me think. Yeah, I think I just put Glad wrap and then I put the whole bowl in the fridge to let it kind of set. And I think it should solidify, I believe. Yeah, I think this should be fine. And then eventually we'll transfer. I don't know, man. They say you gotta like put this down to prevent any air from getting into the ganache. I guess it stops the film layer like this. And then I'll put this. Oh, there's a giant air bubble. And I'll put this in the fridge. So this needs to set for 2 to 3 hours. Hey Google, set a timer for 3 hours. Okay, now. Task dishes. Now we do chocolate mousse. Okay, but chocolate mousse is a 3-step process. So but yeah, what other games am I playing? So Spyro, Crash Bandicoot. I'd like to re-challenge Hercules. I'd like to take on the original Tomb Raider with all the polygons. All the polygons. Get past the tutorial layer. You're too... What's Kowo? You're too Kowo pilled. 60 grams of egg yolks. If an egg is 50 grams and half of an egg is... And if half of an egg, which is 25 grams, how many eggs do I need? 3? About 3 eggs to get 60 grams of yolk, approximately. So 200 grams of heavy whipping cream. So I use the rest of this. Also, I hope Facade gets a remake or something similar gets made eventually. Tucker, I thought you said you wanted OG experiences. Why are you now calling for remakes? Sir, it's I end up here because co-working, studying. Yeah. Yes, I do that. Yes, that was during the scuba diving stream. Scuba diving learning stream. Sugar, water, and whipped cream. Oh, okay. I need to make whipped cream and I need to make heavy whipped cream. I need to use heavy whipping cream. Which I still do on occasion when I'm doing my art projects. What was I going to say? Except that, like, what's that? You've been dragged into Cult of the Lamb since you first found this stream and suffered so many indignities. Facade was a tiny game. And I want to look it up. Facade. Oh, apparently they're making a sequel. They're making Facade 2, The Party. Active development in 2024. Yep. Wow. Is this right? 2005 interactive storytelling video game, interactive drama, and you use text input to converse with two characters, Trip and Grace. Am I looking at the right thing? Okay, back to the cake. Okay. Dark chocolate, this one, and we need 200 grams. So it may end up being like a mix of this. Okay. All right. The light is getting very dramatic though. Okay, let me double check this. Mousse. We need prepare our whipped cream. So we need to whip 200 grams of cream to make whipping cream. Then, and it just needs to be soft peaks, not hard peaks. Then we need to do the same thing with cream and chocolate in another heat-proof bowl. So I'm going to whip my cream in a metal bowl. Then I'm going to do the chocolate pouring thing in this bowl. And then mix all the chocolates melted. Pour 1/3 spoon combined. And then place egg yolks, filling a large saucepan with water and sugar mixed together. I think I'm like essentially tempering egg yolks into the bowl. So I'm going to do, essentially I'm making a syrup and adding the syrup to the egg yolks. Okay. Gee, man, this is going to be rough. You haven't heard about Facade. Yeah, the old couples therapy game. It sounds kind of intriguing. It sounds like it's more story-based than anything. Like it sounds like it was like a new concept for the time. Alrighty. Now we're doing whipped cream. I think I'm gonna have to start thinking about getting a new mixer because I noticed some rust spots on my. This little like handheld mixer thing has been with me for I don't even know how long, like 10 something years. Maybe I can get rid of the rust. Maybe it won't come to that. Because the motor is still going strong. Rust adds flavor. I'm just noting like a few tiny spots. I don't know how bad or how good that is. Since we're on the topic of old games. Yes! No, keep talking because I'm double triple checking all this stuff. So I'm making 200 grams of whipped cream. Okay. Rust like that is no problem. Okay, if you use a bit of citrus, you can get rid of rust easily. Oh, okay. I'll check that out. You want to play Far Cry 3, but it's really hard to play on modern hardware. It crashes every 30 minutes. Oh, interesting. Far Cry 3 and 5 are the only good Far Cries in my opinion. Oh, actually, yeah, that's good. Okay, I'll look for some citric acid. Thank you, Vasan. That is very handy. And then it means that this mixer can last even longer, and I don't need to. I just don't like to throw things out that work. One day, if I like super get into bread making, maybe I'll get a stand mixer. But until then, I've been able to adapt it to different situations. So I need to rinse this out in order to recycle it. Okay, I'm going to open this. I still need another 10 grams. Looks like Far Cry is on sale on Steam too. But I remember having this discussion with Etran, and I think it ended up being that it didn't sound so good. Oh, if you want a recipe for a rust remover, I can send on Discord. Yes, please. That would be good. Gosan, I accept a rust remover recipe. There is too much cream. I have 10 grams too much. Oh, do you know what? I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. I think the cream, because it's whipped cream, I'm going to lose some of it anyway. Okay. I'm now going to commence whipping cream. Oh man, it's so cool how cream just turns into whipped cream. Like, what the fuck? Like, just by incorporating air, it like becomes a solid. Whoa! Okay, I'm too excited about the whipped cream. Like, look at it. I now have I have peaks, chat. I've got peaks. I'm peaking. Jacob's not. I've never played Far Cry, so I can't. But I'm hoping that like Etran can relate to your moment, Fox. You can. Far Cry 5 and 6 have multiplayer. Peak is such a fun game. I am triggered by Peak. I have played it twice, and it's really hard for me. You love Peak. Will anyone carry my ass up a mountain, please? Because I like get to the rainforest section and then I just want to lie down and die. Honestly, I'm just like, I'm done. Like, what was your favorite? It's so easy for me. I don't know. Wow. You will? Okay. There should be like a you should be able to strap your dead weight friend. Co-op play. You should be able to strap your dead weight friend to you and get them over hard bits. Because I'm not made for I'm not yeah. Look. I'm spatially, I'm platform challenged. Sometimes life is a struggle, chat. You know, sometimes I really feel it. Sometimes I'm just like, and also it gets it gets frustrating when I'm like, I don't want to pull people down. I don't want to hold people back. 5 feels the best in terms of gameplay, but also the story is really good. Okay. Where are we up to in the cake? Okay, so we've done the whipped cream. I have peaks. And then we're now going to do part 2 of this part. Like, this is like, what part is this? 1, 2, 3, 4.2. Step 4.2. Subsection 4. Okay, we then do the melted chocolate thingy, and we add all our chocolate to this bowl, and then we do the cream thing again, and then we pour the cream into this thing. And then I should have cleaned out this pot. There's so many. Might have to use another pot. Okay. I'll soak that pot. And I'm gonna need another pot. My gosh. So in the chocolate, 200 grams of dark chocolate. Okay. I'm happy for you guys just to like chit chat and chat, because honestly, I'm not being a very good host. I'm just like, oh my God, what part am I up to? Panic, panic, panic. So 200 grams of dark chocolate. So please just, you know, keep exchanging game recommendations. I'm happy to think of me as like a mama-san, you know? I just organize the environment, and then you just can go wild. I need to break up this chocolate. What's everyone's favorite coffee? Fox, I'm pretty sure we've talked about this topic before, but I appreciate you trying to like you can talk about Far Cry. Oh, I'm just like putting all my effort into like, what's our favorite food? You mean bean water? Everyone's favorite bean water? What's your favorite way to have bean water? Oh, I forgot to drink my coffee. Actually, that's a good reminder. I actually picked up, because I went to the cafe, not the cafe, the coffee roasters. And the coffee roasters I go to sell coffee beans. You can purchase their blend or whatever. And also they have like at the front of their factory, they have like a container where they sell coffee and like sandwiches and stuff. And yeah, I was like, I'm gonna treat myself today because guys, it's been a hard week, okay? And I got myself a cappuccino because I don't have the skills to make a good milk foam. And okay, but you're American. You're engage. What is 14? Oh, engage. Feuilletine engage is a French biscuit kind of thing that you use for crunchiness. Um, it is this thing, this like wafer like thing, and it's like a high sugar content, and you smear it out, and then you bake it, and it's pronounced feuilletine, and you have to pronounce it like that. Train, you don't really have a favorite coffee. You kind of just drink whatever is available at the time. You're American. American coffee is top in the world. No. I don't even respectfully disagree. I rudely disagree. That's a stupid take. Normally I'm more like, oh, everyone has different opinions. And I'm like, no, that's a stupid take. American coffee is not the top of the world. American coffee sucks. I'm not going to say Australian coffee is the best, but I definitely can say that American is not the best. Do you guys know that there's like, I don't know how much of a pretentious thing it is, but when people, American coffee first, nah, I'm not even going to fight you because you have no leg to stand on. I'm not even going to be like, I'll fight you for it. Nah, it's just like, it's not, there is no point that you can make that says American coffee is the best. Like, what is your coffee culture? Sugar? Like, what? Syrup? Like, uh, yeah, engage. Everyone turned it into like an ooh joke. I'm like, 14. Yeah. I really don't like. No. You're welcome in the chat. You can keep voicing your opinion, but you're just wrong. Okay. What am I doing? Where am I up to with the mousse? There's so many fucking steps to this recipe. It's driving me insane. I keep losing the plot. Okay. All right. Focus. I need to heat up cream and pour it over the chocolate. And then I mix it until all the chocolate is melted. All right, this bullshit all over again. Okay, got it. It's fine. It's fine. 200 grams of heavy whipping cream. Okay. All right, buddy. Sorry, I'm not talking about you guys. I'm being sassy to the recipe. Okay. Who notices your AK-47? What? Nah, I don't get that joke. Oh, you like your American coffee with extra orange juice. So, I discovered in Thailand that coffee with orange juice is a thing. And I didn't realize it was a thing. As in, like, I didn't realize it was a thing. And it's a legit thing, like as in it's added. So also an espresso coffee with tonic water is also a thing. Not my kind of thing. Scrumptious. Cashelanoko of good is all hyper. Orange juice is nasty. I use prune juice in your coffee. Oh, Taka, I bet that gets your bowels going straight away. Like a combination. At that point, you're not even using coffee as a drink anymore. If you're mixing coffee with prune juice, that's just a straight up laxative. That's just like, yeah, I get up in the morning and I just need my poops to just exit my body. Like, that's what that is. I didn't know because American coffee's on top. Oh, oh. No, it's not. But you know, it is lovely that you're able to maintain the delusion. You don't poop, that's nasty. What? So you just breathe out your waste products? Part of your carbon also contains waste products. Cream. 200 grams of cream is what I'm doing. Okay. Oh, 210. Okay. 200. Exactly. I'm amazing. Everyone poops, Tucker. Everybody poops. Maybe it's just like the stuff that comes out of your mouth is poop. Okay, I need to heat this up. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to give this some microwave heat. Like, and then I'm going to heat up this cream. And then I'm going to use the same mixer, hand mixer, that I use for the ganache. Because, like, you know, it's cream and chocolate anyway. Yeah, you guys don't straight up piss at your ass. Weirdos. Ah, okay. And then I think I need more cream. So we have part 1, part 2, and then we need part 3, which is going to be the egg yolks situation. And then I think okay, I need to make sure the cream does not boil. I need to keep applying a small amount of heat to the microwave chocolate. You're a machine that turns fuel into animal shit. I actually really like sci-fi when they address, you know, sci-fi ones where like people are in the space and they address like how you deal with like when you're in like a space suit. And I remember this distinctly in Gundam Seed. About how they would like there would be like a catheter that goes from the spacesuit into your bladder. I don't think it addressed the poop situation, but it definitely addressed the pee situation and how the suit would like recycle your pee, which I think is also the same concept used in Dune, to recycle water content on like Dune the planet. So you like The Martian? I have not read or watched The Martian yet, actually. Your body is a machine that turns soup into piss. That's normal, Etran. I can comfortably say that is quite normal. I don't know whether The Expanse actually dealt with that topic. Okay. Oh, there's a skin on my cream. How dare you? Okay. Cream into chocolate. Let's go. We might need to do a few little pulses of heat. The Expanse does not. Oh, then you should. Oh, okay. So the Martian talks about how to manage poop. One of your favorite space movies. The Expanse is not. I watched all of The Expanse. I really like The Expanse. Except there is a certain point in that show where Naomi's character is really annoying and her story plotline is really annoying. And I just wanted more like, you know, detective stuff happening in space. And like I just wanted more like Holden doing cool stuff. Oh. Actually, at the moment, you're like the lesbian pirate girl. Oh, it's not coming to mind who that character is. Lesbian pirate girl. So at the moment, I'm still making my way through my sci-fi series, like one of my favorite sci-fi series called Honor Harrington by David Weber. And it's an interesting difference. So it's like the Earth timeline, but set in the future, where humans kind of stuff themselves over, and so we like have a bunch of colonies in space, and in that concept, there's like it's like naval battles, but in space, and it's like on a grander scale. And I don't know, there's something kind of romantic about the idea. Having a drama. Oh, yes, she's pretty bad. Where she ends up having like stuff happens to her, and she ends up with like a whole prosthetic situation going on. She's such a baddie. Okay, I need to scrape all of this in. Very good. Okay. I'm gonna run out of like little small pots. Okay, I need to keep pulsing this with some more. How is everyone spending their day? I mean, right now, I'm chill because I'm mixing things together. And mixing things together is like more fun than baking things, like incorporating things. But the annoying thing is that there's just so many steps in this recipe. And it's about, there's so many like micro adjustments that I have to make. Actually, Fox is, how are you holding up, Fox? Having not slept very much. I'm actually kind of anticipating Fox is just going to like pass out. Fox, what? How are you doing with your lack of sleep? You're fine? Okay. You just had to wake up. Your day so far. Breakfast, dishes, cleaning, shopping, planning. Oh, that's good. That sounds like a very cozy day, actually. You're about to do laundry. Actually, my sister is coming to stay with me this weekend. I'm much older than my sister. I only have one sister. And it was kind of annoying because she doesn't live in the same state as I live in. So she kind of uses me, and I'm happy to host her, but she sometimes uses me as like a guest room kind of thing. And I was messaging her and I was like, so what time are you gonna come tomorrow? And then it was like, it was a very simple question, okay, chat? It was, what time are you coming? Because then I know what time I need to like prepare the guest room by. And then she went down on like a tangent of like, oh, I can always sleep on the couch, blah, blah. And I was like, that's not my question. That is not the question I asked. The question I asked was, what time are you going to arrive? And that I need to have the guest room ready by. Because I think she inferred a whole bunch of other stuff. And it was kind of frustrating. But that's fine. Yeah. I'm such like a creature of habit and routine that I'm like, oh no, someone's disrupting my routine. Thank you for following, Claxus. Anyway. Okay, this has been mixed. Oh man, look how rich. Sometimes, like working with chocolate, your food did. Your chocolate is so like, okay, look how satisfying this drip and look how smooth this is. I don't know, man. Like it does something. It's just like, ooh, like the ripples. I know. It's just like when you get it so smooth that it just dribbles really nicely. Silky, yeah. It's just very nice. Okay. This is part, what is this? So we've done so this section is the mousse section. So we're in the chapter, I mean, we should talk about like a book, okay? We've done chapter 1, which was the fudge cake. Chapter 2 was the feuilletine, and the conclusion is on a cliffhanger. The feuilletine. Let's check our feuilletine paste. How's this baby going? Oh, it is a solid. Okay, I didn't mean to lift it. Oh, fuck. My bad. Oh no, I can't put it. No, I'll put it back. Okay, I think it is solid. Silky Silk Song. By the way, are people still playing? Like, have people beat it? I'm just enjoying seeing the reel of people getting triggered by Silk Song. And it like, it just reinforces my like, I'm never playing that game. It looks really hard. Okay, so the feuilletine is doing well. I'm hoping, well, we won't know until we combine everything. Okay, we're now in part 3 of the mousse chapter. Part 1 was whipped cream. Part 2 is this like chocolate cream component. And then part 3 is going to be the pâte à bombe. Actually, how do we pronounce this? Copy, translate.
Pâte à bombe.
What?
Pâte à bombe.
Pâte à bombe.
Pâte à bombe.
Pâte à bombe. Pâte à bombe?
Pâte à bombe.
Pâte à bombe.
Pâte à bombe.
So it means bomb dough, but I don't understand why it means bomb dough. But the bomb? But the bomb. Train, you're still not beating Silk Song. You love your characters in the game. Show is so fucking precious. I'm glad you're enjoying it, but every time I watch people play, I just see people getting triggered. But it's funny. As someone who's watching on the sidelines, I enjoy it. Okay, we're doing the petit bombe. Okay, so in which case, we're going to do, so it's going to be water, sugar, and egg yolks. And I think essentially it'll be tempering egg yolks. Except, oh, I don't have the sauce whisk anymore. I have a balloon whisk. I don't like the balloon whisk, but I have no choice. I have no other whisk to use. And everything is cut. The problem with like, so the other problem with like making stuff with chocolate and cream and stuff is that you need so much equipment and utensils, because to wash and get all the fats off and not introduce extra water into each of the steps is a pain in the butt. Yeah. Remind me, chat, not only to limit making this Entremet stuff once a year. Because, like, all right. Oh, and then I need to use a candy thermometer because I'm making a syrup, the sugar syrup, and it needs to be 118 degrees Celsius. And I think so that it tempers the egg. Oh, Yama, hello. Oh, I think I might have seen the reel of this. Is this like the singing? There's like a singing character. Okay, water and sugar. Water, sugar, and egg. How you would make an Italian meringue. Reaches 100, so pour into a bowl with the egg yolks. And then we would then whip the egg yolks until they reach. But egg yolks, okay, I have to wash this. The same mixer that I use to mix the whipped cream, I need to wash it. It needs to be dry. Because we're essentially cooking the egg yolks, but using the heat of the syrup. Okay. Shema's song. Shema's singing. Aww. Sonia done with laundry. Hi Yama, how are you going? I'm assuming you're working today. Okay. So clean and then set this aside. We're going to maybe I don't need to use the balloon whisk. Maybe I can just use okay. Let me search this part. Came out of work for a bit. Busy today? Man. Oh, I don't see the alert come up. 2 more loads today. Wow, did you save all your laundry to do in one go? Do you know that I don't have a dryer? And apparently, like in a lot of American houses, you have a washer and a dryer. But in Australia, it's actually not that common. We actually hang up most of our laundry outdoors. Yama, you're still okay, but was clearing some work earlier. Oh, that's okay. You know, you can work and then I'll just be on your like behind the scenes on your monitor, just like getting triggered by the cake recipe. And then together we're like kind of working, you know? All right, I need a heat proof bowl. At least to make me feel not so alone. And it's like, it's actually kind of comforting. I don't know, just having like Etran and Gage and Fox talking about like, you know, old games, Vasan just like occasionally popping in. That's how it's been. Me just being sassy about the recipe. You save it for a full load and apparently towels, pants, and underwear lined up today. Perfect. Oh, I don't need this honey anymore, so this can leave. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, eggs. So I need exactly, I'm gonna end up with a lot of egg whites, which is good. I actually like egg whites by themselves. So I have no problems with having some egg white. I just make an egg white omelet. I actually like fried egg whites, guys. I don't know if that makes me, that is like an uncommon preference or not. So, actually, I need to measure this out and have 60 grams of egg yolks. And I'm going to put the egg whites in here. And I'm going to do very Now, I don't think this is one of those recipes where I will completely stuff it up if I get a little bit of egg white with my egg yolk, because I think we're tempering it with like some syrup. And so it will get mixed anyway. So 60 grams. Oh no. How is there already 2 grams in this bowl? So that is 16 grams. One yolk is 16 grams. Shit, how much do I need? 60 grams of egg yolks. Oh. Oh shit. I pierced. Oh! Okay. Hang on. I don't know if I can save this egg yolk. I accidentally pierced the yolk. I need a separate bowl. But wait. I'll need to save this. I don't need to save this white for anything. Do I? Is that true? I don't know. Just to be safe, maybe I'll just like find a third bowl. Okay. Oh, I don't know. There's a little bit of white. Can I save it? I think I might be able to save it. Hang on. Oh my God, I'm running out of hands. And I'm now using like my feet to open drawers. Okay, the chaos is real right now. I think I can just like spoon out some of this white. And I think we might be able to save this yolk. Oh. You have a drying mill outside, and I don't have access to a garden here. Also, your current renting situation provides me a dryer and washer for free, so using the dryer. That's pretty good. I think if I had the space, I probably would have a dryer, but I really enjoy like clothes drying outside in the sun. And of course, you have a little drying rack, so you don't put wet things in the laundry basket. Honestly, Stardew sounds so fun right now. What makes you say that, Fox? Is it all the egg talk? Now you want breakfast. Bacon, eggs, and some biscuits with white sausage gravy. Is that a very southern thing? Hang on, 30 grams of yolk. All right, let me just do this. We don't have that here. That is very American. And I have seen how white gravy is made. And it's kind of interesting. Biscuits are quite southern, aren't they, as well? As in, like, I only have 50 grams of yolk, so I need actually more. Southern American, yeah. Biscuits and gravy are fire. You might have to make some. It's also eaten with fried chicken, right? Fried chicken, like biscuits and gravy is so peak. Do you know what it'd be like? Oh. I wish, like, if I did visit the US again, I want someone to like safely take me to like be like, okay, now you're gonna try this on it, and I'm like, ooh, okay. Like, I need to compile a list. I need to compile a list of like all the things, all the like, I'm not even gonna say like the comfort foods of America, and like I want to do. Can you imagine how fun it would be to do like like, I wish that it was safer to do like a road trip and hit up like compared different barbecues in different states. I've only had American barbecue in New York, which was like Texas style Dominican barbecue, and Georgian barbecue, which to like, and I don't even think Georgian barbecue is like meant to be on the list of like top barbecue styles, because I think like I really want to try barbecue in Texas. And then I also, apparently there's like Tennessee barbecue. I don't know. You guys have like a different thing. You just had a breakfast sandwich with egg, ham, and goat cheese. Ah, that sounds really good. Goat cheese is very good. Olive Garden. One thing the USA does well is barbecue. Yes, I do say that. So it's funny that you bring up Olive Garden, Fox. For some reason, I don't know how in my mind, but I got the perception when I was in Australia or from Australia from watching like the internet that the breadsticks at Olive Garden are meant to be really good. And I don't know whether it's like really good because they're meant to be free or something with your meal, but they are. Yeah, so I had them when I visited my cousin in Georgia. I had them because I was like, can we go to Olive Garden? But I just want the breadsticks. Like, I don't want the other stuff. I just want the breadsticks. I think they're just all right because they're S tier. And then she was like, if you're gonna have them, you have to have them with Alfredo sauce. So I had Olive Garden breadsticks with Alfredo sauce, and they were pretty good. I did like, but I don't know if it's like a comfort thing. Their tour of Italy is really good. It's both. They're free and they taste good. Same with biscuits. I think they're just all right. Whoa, Etran. um, the other things I had when I was in the US, like my perception of the US is a bit skewed, okay? Was I also had, so I know Chick-fil-A is dodgy, but I had it. And the product by itself is really good. You're not big on American breakfast in general because too much grease and carbs. Yeah, but like Chick-fil-A burger. I know, I know. Like I know about the dodgy stuff, but like I was only in the US for a short period of time and I was like, I had a list. So I had Chick-fil-A burger and I really liked it. I know some people like there's some contention around Popeyes. So I don't think I had Popeyes. Melon, thanks for dropping by. I wanted to stop by before you pass out. Oh, no worries. You're very welcome. Thank you so much for dropping in and saying hi. As you can see, I'm still working away on my cake. We're in chapter 4, part 3. No, yes, we're in chapter 4, part 3, which is tempering eggs. But I hope your stream went well, Melon. How was your Subnautica playthrough? Did you finish or you're still going? All right, I'm going to do 60 grams of water with 60 grams of sugar. Okay. Let's do the sugar first. And let's do caster sugar because it'll melt faster. Also, Chick-fil-A sandwich is good and we don't have it here in Canada. Oh, you need to have a while to go before you finish Subnautica. I do want to do a playthrough of it as well. A bit of everything. Lasagna, Alfredo, and some chicken parm. S tier combo. That sounds really... That sounds pretty good. But that's so funny that it's like called a tour of Italy. What did I say? 60 grams. So it's equal parts sugar and water. Popeye here in is here in Canada and it's good, but like Chick-fil-A, it doesn't hit the same. So I fell in love with Chick-fil-A so much that when a colleague went to America, I asked her to bring me back Chick-fil-A sauce. And I have just a bottle of Chick-fil-A sauce because, like, I don't know, but the sauce just tastes really good, guys. Like, I didn't have a lot of meals space in America, but I loved Chick-fil-A so much they had it. I think I had it like twice. No, I had it 3 times. And I was only there in the US for like 3 weeks. Um, you love Popeyes. Service is always trash, but you love Popeyes. Yeah, I need to go back. All your homies hate Chick-fil-A, a bigoted ass company. I know, they are an asshole company. Um, they sell the sauce here in some places. Yeah. Isn't Popeye the guy that eats spinach? Yes, there's a cartoon character called Popeye, but it's also a fast food chain restaurant in the US, in North America. Once a scumbag, always a scumbag. Whenever you go to USA, you always get Chick-fil-A as many times as you can. I live 30 minutes from Washington State border. Oh, yeah. So you're on the west side of Canada. And then, okay, even they said they've changed. Yeah. Deep down, the core is rotten. It needs to be removed. I mean, honestly, Fox, that's the same with like all corporations. They're all just like profit hungry. I need to add 60 grams of water. Apparently, you can also make some good fried chickens as engagement for Popeye. Who knew? I meant other stuff besides profit hungry. Their values. Oh. Honestly, they just need to like sell their recipe to somebody else. Okay, I need to add water to this situation. I think I can use this to transfer some water. Okay, we're doing a syrup situation here. So I have to be very careful not to overshoot the amount of water I add because I can't backtrack. So I'm going to do really slow. We're at 48 grams. It has to be precisely half and half. 58. 2 more grams. Come on, baby. 60. Yeah. Okay, so this will be a syrup, which I'm going to heat up. And then I'm going to... But yeah, it's probably a good thing I'm not in the US. That I don't need to continue to compromise my values. Okay. Let me just triple check what I'm doing. Oh, heat up the syrup to 118 degrees Celsius. I don't know who decided like 118 was the temperature. So, things to note. You generally won't go to Chick-fil-A because of that fact alone. That is honorable. To stick to your morals, Fox. Okay. All right, chat. Notice this before we start this process. Egg yolk is orange, right? So apparently by the end of this, it's going to be, if we do this right, it's going to be a ribbon-like texture, and the texture will thicken and the volume will double, and it will be lighter in color and appear pale yellow. You'd rather go and eat Macca's because at least I know that they treat me like a product of money all the same. Yeah. Let me put the eggs away. There was some really controversial stuff. I don't know the full story, actually. I don't think I ever remembered to look up the full story with it. Oh, you got interrupted by someone in your room the past 2 minutes, but yeah, I think I'm about to pass out. Been awake, I think, 20 hours. Ah, crap, Melon. I hope you have a good rest. You should definitely go sleep. Yeah, hope you have a good rest. Thank you so much for dropping in and saying hi. I appreciate it. Oh, okay. So what are you going to do about your breakfast situation, Fox? Is it easy to get biscuits and gravy sent to you? It's 9 p.m. This is the best time I've gone to sleep in weeks. Hey, that's like a normal bedtime. All right, I'm checking this temperature. 70 degrees. What am I aiming for? 118. 78, 80, 85, 82, 586. 87. 71, 86, 89, 90. We're climbing to the 90s. We need 118. 80, 91. Oh, it's 98. Why is it not getting up to 100? I can't get it past 100 degrees. Oh, 100? Can we get to 118? I'm worried that this, because this is a high sugar content, I'm worried the syrup is going to burn. Can it get to 118? Half of this is water, and water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. I don't know if this is going to get to 118. Huh. I've been standing here for a bit, and it's getting to 100, but it's not going past 100. I think maybe if there was, all right, we're just going to stick to 100. Okay, so the next bit is slowly pour this in. Okay, so we're going to do like a two-handed situation. So I'm essentially dribbling in the syrup as I whisk it. Well, you'll delve deeper. Yeah. Chick-fil-A is owned by Mormons, Christians, and their whole shtick is that they treat their company like it was a family. So they really transphobic and homophobic. They backed up and started hiring LGBTQI plus people, but they still treat them like shit. It's boiling a pot of grossness. Ew, remove the core and strip the evil from the bottom. My personal opinion is that you should treat everyone how you would want to be treated, and save for a few shitty types of people. How you live life. Your life outside of work should not affect your work life, except when you do shitty things. If you're living your life to be the fullest, then you shouldn't be discriminated against for being happy. Oh yeah, that is very fundamental. And another thing that workers found out, they're also sexist and pay women less. The hell? Why do they have to have good burgers? All right, maybe I need to go try Popeyes and see if I can like be addicted to Popeyes burgers when next I go. Listen, you're too poor to go out and eat. You just cook for yourself. That's pretty good. Self-sufficient. You prefer Popeyes anyway, so chicken is more to your style. Besides the foundation salt was your face built on, I've never heard of LGBTQI plus employees like shit at the chain or corporate level. I'm only speaking from experience of friends that identify and have worked at the chains or at corporate. I'm not sure it's prevalent elsewhere with more corrupt management. Okay. I'm just trying to test the I don't know what they mean by ribbon. Fox, that's why you hate CFA, because evil is as evil does. I think that based on what people know and how they draw the conclusions, I think everyone should have the right to support or not support in whatever capacity they want to do. And like, thanks for the information, Fox. I think it's send rust remover recipe. Yes, please. I think it's important to know what is happening in some of these companies. Oh crap, I made a mess accidentally. I lifted it too high and now I have sprinkles of petit boum everywhere. Petit boum, whatever. This egg mixture syrup thing. Okay. But yes. All right. We have the 3 components. What do we do now? We're going to combine them. We're going to add the whipped cream to the ganache. And then we add that into the ganache bowl. All right. Got that? And this is how we make chocolate mousse. Spatula. Another spatula. Okay, I'm gonna add so. Oh gosh, this is so the rationale of adding the whipped cream to the ganache is to lighten up the ganache. Okay. Feels like you can finish it by today. I hope so. What time is it now? 2 p.m. 2 hours. Actually, hang on. Uh-oh. We needed to put the ganache on the cake. No, let's just finish mixing this because I'm like, shit, there's a step I forgot. At the end of the day, it's the end of the day. You're not defending all corporations. Almost every corporate has shitty people, but the fact of the matter is trying to be conscious of the people who you are spending by putting your hard-earned money into their wallets. You're not discrediting people who want to eat at it. You're just saying your thoughts on the actual events of what has happened. Yeah. I think it's important to be inclusive. Yeah. I think that there is so I think that like, yes, I agree with you, Fox, in that it's really important to know like what you are advertently or inadvertently supporting. And then I think there's also space to be like, there are sometimes times in life where you will have to you'll inadvertently end up compromising your stance on things. Like, for example, Amazon is a clear like example. The way that the gig economy, or even like Uber, the way like economically, having a gig economy, the people that suffer at the end of the day is the workers, because there's no union, there's no protection for the rights of workers, there's no like pushing for people to have benefits like sick leave and other types of pay, and then you end up just having people working for very, very low wages and not having good conditions because it's a gig situation. But then, do I use Uber? Yeah, I do. Do I use Amazon? Yeah, I do. Because at the end of the day, sometimes the system is bigger than me. For things like where you choose to use your money and which company you want to use in, it is important to be like informed. I think if I was living in the US, would I eat Chick-fil-A all the time? No, because I think also for me, I just don't eat fast food a lot of the time. Every time you want to rant like this, you feel like Johnny Silverhand. Yeah, Jeff says, but could we live without Amazon at this point? We technically could, but it would be very hard in the world. Yes. No Uber, no Amazon. And I think also like the way that I thought about Chick-fil-A when I went to go visit is that it is an item that is like, as a tourist visiting for a short period of time, I still wanted to experience it and experience the product, and it was pretty delicious. I'm not gonna lie, the product itself. But then I think if I lived there, I probably wouldn't feel comfortable eating there all the time because, as you said, like it would be continuing to support a uh, continue to support a set of values and ethos that I wouldn't want to live my life by, or I don't live my life by. But then, did I compromise? Yes. And that doesn't fundamentally make, well, I don't think it fundamentally makes me a bad person or anything like that. Which is why I'm like, I'm going into it knowing what I'm doing. And also, the people that I was visiting at the time, who are my family, were like, this is like the childhood food that they had. You're done with your rant. I'm gonna play Stardew. So thank you very much though, Fox. I think though that like we need to have people who are willing to discuss the nuances of different situations. And talk about like the things that like make that influence the world. I probably don't feel like there are things that like I believe. Are you willing to discuss like this? Yes. Yeah. There are things that I believe based on things that I see that what is happening. But do I feel like I have the energy to carry the discussion? I don't. Which is why, like, things like, okay, all right, I'm going to air it out. But I believe that there is a fundamental movement of money in the world where the working class people are getting squeezed. And that's been a systemic thing happening where billionaires are just getting richer. And I'm not interested in like discussing it or trying to convince other people because I don't have the energy to argue with people, which is why I kind of dodged the topic. But I think that things have been systemically put in place for a very long period of time. And there's heaps of like economic videos and economists that talk about this. And I live in a country that I'm very happy to live in and happy to support the paying of taxes to benefit working class people. Because in the profession that I work in, I've seen people really, really like it. Yeah. Am I willing to go protest a sign outside a permanent building? No, you would rather not get tear gas. No need to discuss. Only doing things will change things because it's generally a cyberpunk situation. Yes, I agree as well. I think because we're touching on this topic, I'm happy to like open the door to it a little bit because I am probably in this state where like I know what is happening. I don't know how to fix it. And I don't know how we're gonna get out of it. And I do make micro decisions with like that align with the things that I believe, which is that and things I do. And I think I'm very pessimistic about the future, but I don't know how the world is gonna get out of this. Like I know that like what will happen is usually what happens is that when the working class gets oppressed for a certain time, and like normally what happens is there's like a revolution kind of thing. You have discussions like this on a weekly basis due to your work, and at the end of the day, it's the end of the day. The most important thing is acknowledging your values and understanding that it's okay to agree to disagree. Some values are uprooted in things like religion, which is too much of a compromise for some people to give up. Yes, that too. I think also I think also that there are bigger influences of people being influenced by other things and not being aware or question where those influences come on from and what those motives are. I think there are certain things that I will not agree on, like the stance of people being like vaccines are not safe. Because as a health professional working in that field, and the research and the study that I've looked into, there is no space to be, it's not really a point of discussion or an opinion to be like vaccines are not safe when there is fundamental research done. Want to know how to break the system, make it better? Start from beginning. Kill capitalism at the root. The best analogy of capitalism is a nice, good melon that has a weed choking it out and stealing all the nutrients from the melon. The only way to start over is to uproot the weed, make a people's system, and ensure it doesn't happen again. Yeah. I agree. And the other thing is that this is one of those like topics where it's like I'm not equipped to kind of be like, yep, this is like the next step in the plan of like how we get ourselves out of the shithole. And right now, the present Australia that I live in still aligns, and the majority of people think the way that I do, in that we're kind of like we are like a socialist government society where a lot of our taxes are used to support. But there is a shift though, and you can definitely see the slide happening where money is being used in places to support a system. It's kind of like happening like a leak, if that makes sense. You're not calling for communism. Communism paper is a good system. In practice, it causes people on the top to be shitty. I have thoughts, but I don't want to turn this into like a political debate. I think whatever that system is called, whatever label you call it by, I agree in that it can't be like a dog eat dog world. It has to be a world where people look out for each other and supports are put in place to help people that are most vulnerable in the community. And to help people, you know, who life has stacked the chips against them. And those are those things I believe, and that money should be used to share the wealth, not just hoarded by a few percent at the very top. And whatever the label of that is, I don't know. But those are what I believe. So, how you get about achieving that, I don't know. But I'm happy to leave that topic there as it is. Because I don't think I'm equipped to chair a discussion. You do think that a system that is for the people, universal healthcare, basic human needs without needing to shell your life savings out, education for those who want to have it, social systems for those who are affected. You'll leave it there then. Yeah. I think we're pretty much aligned in that as well, Fox. And however you want to call it, like I think people get caught up in calling it different labels and things like that. I think at the end of the day, if people just care about other human beings and are happy to have the discussions about the nuances, and also instead of like casting aspersions on people being like, oh, you know, this people, that person kind of thing, as opposed to like focusing on like what can be done. Labels are basic ways to call complex systems. Yeah, and I think it makes it very reductive. Like it doesn't allow for nuances. It doesn't allow for people to like, it allows people to put other people into little boxes and then call an end to it, as opposed to like putting in the work to like have those discussions. But yeah. But this, yeah, I just don't think I am equipped enough to chair a discussion on this, or that I'm well read enough to and know closely enough all the different arguments to the different ones to like, yeah, you know, over the past few years, you've been more aware with the world around me. I think that is happening. I think that is definitely happening with a lot of people in the world. And I think from my stance from living in Australia is, and looking at what is like, I'm up to date, or I try to be as much as I can with what's happening in North America and the US and stuff. And to me, it is kind of like a future. There is a real possibility that Australia could go down that same path, especially with the current president. Yeah. I think though the other aspect is like, I think it's really important to stay informed and to question things and come to be willing to like have the discussions where you're like, am I wrong or am I right? Like, do I need to like adjust my understanding of things instead of just like straight up being like, oh, this person said it, so it must be true. That kind of thing. But yeah, I think that this discussion, we're not going to solve anything here. But thank you for sharing your opinion, and thank you for having the energy to be willing to talk about it. What conversation have you just walked into, Chris? This little baking bubble has brushed up against the real world. And don't know, like, as in we reached a point where like, oh, drop my knees, where like we won't be able to solve it. Please start from the beginning for me. Don't actually, no. I think, oh, this ganache is very, very hard. We've just come to a spot where we're like, okay, that's what it is. Yeah. The real world is the real world. I mean, the other thing is like, I think what I would like for this space to be is, it's hard to like ignore the real world. So this is like shifting the topic to like, it's hard to ignore the real world, but also at the same time, there are other spaces where you can like delve into that. And I'm not equipped to make it this like a big issue discussion space. Because as a person, I'm not equipped with the skills to chair one of those complex discussions. But I think I probably would like it to be a space where we do acknowledge, like, I don't believe in like pretending like the real world is not the way it is, but then also making the conscious decision that like this time that we have on this space online live at the moment is a place of escapism for a brief time anyway. You thrive in these discussions? Too bad I missed it all. Lanthus, maybe you should Maybe you should stream again and make that your type of content because, like, I'm just like, yeah. I also am a person that knows that I can't handle a lot of heated discussions. Yeah. Hit me up in DMs, always willing to discuss as long as it's not a yelling match. Yeah. I can't deal with like yelling matches. Because I get like a physiological response where I shut down. Which is also why I was under a lot of stress as a pharmacist because people who are sick, yeah. Turns out I'm not so great at dealing with those situations. Okay. All right, we're going to be piping ganache onto the frozen cake, and then we're going to freeze the whole thing. And this is where we're going to construct. But yeah, thank you for being patient with me, Fox, as I worked through how to articulate what I wanted to say. And I'm glad you felt like you could speak up. So, where is my other cake? Where is part one? Part one. Part one was yesterday. Part two was yesterday, but also construction of part two was today. You're good. You just wish that people would be more aware of the world around them. Yes. I think I share that sentiment as well because when it does frustrate me when people say, oh, I don't like politics, so I choose not to participate in it. When I think it's become very, very clear in the last, it's fine if your politics, like your political powers are all pretty much aligned, and that if they don't differentiate very much between whoever's in power, but once you start getting like massive fundamental shifts, I think to not be aware of what is happening is very much putting your head in the sand and like just wishing that it will all go away when it's not going to. And that being aware and being ready to act or do things that align with what you, and coming up with an opinion of what you believe, and acting and voting that align with that. Yeah. Instead of just shutting it out and locking is behind a very well, I'm not saying you are that, but now it's important to be cognizant of what is going on. Yeah. Tiara, I don't want to be political. It's a political statement. Yeah, it's getting to the point where if you stand by and don't have an opinion and don't say anything, when is itself a stance. But this time for real, you're done. Oh. Okay. Democracy sausage. Australia needs to do better to spread the democracy sausage abroad. Yeah. All right. But yeah. Thank you for helping me navigate that, Fox, and letting me have a moment to like process how I want to say things. I appreciate it. Okay. So we have sponge. Sorry, I have to continue with the cake. I'm not trying to like minimize what we just had, but I am on a deadline with this cake. Okay, we have layer one, which is the blue layer on the diagram on the right, top right of the screen. We have the blue layer, which is chocolate fudge cake. Then we have layer two, which is feuilletine, praline, Nutella, chocolate sort of texture thing. Scarlett, hello, welcome. You've arrived during cake construction time. Previously, it was making all the sub layers. Now we need to somehow get the ganache on top of this, and the recipe says to pipe it. I don't want to pipe it because it means that I have to transfer this ganache into a piping bag and then pipe it, and then it just sounds all kinds of messy. But I can't wait. What if I use the mold? No. Like, what if I use the mold as a mold and then I pour the ganache? But is the ganache pourable? Hang on, what is the texture of this ganache? Sorry, I need to, if this process is gonna, can I smear it? I don't. It's not a lot of ganache. Come to join the cults again. Scarlett got mad and left. No, actually, Scarlett was already mad when they joined the cults. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try and smear this. They always come crawling back. Actually, Birchie Bear, can you mentioned yesterday when we were playing that there was a way to reset. There was a way to reset the integration so that, check Art and Craft. Oh, thank you, Vasan. This is the deruster, the mixer. Can you send, do you still have that link of like how to reset? The best way to reset is to revoke permissions for the integration and then add again. It just resets slate. Oh, okay. I can do that. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm not going to pipe it. I believe, chat. I believe. We're just going to like do our best to spread it. The ganache on top of this mousse layer. And then we're going to freeze it. Thank you. I don't know why the hydrate does not show up in the chat. It doesn't know what it does to people in the game though. I mean, it might just turn into random followers. Yeah, so, because like at this point, we've killed everyone, or everyone that was in the game has left. And so I'm like, oh, I want to give people a chance to like rejoin if they want to. You'll drop a link in Discord. Thank you, Birchie Bear. I appreciate it. Because I want to get that prepped for next week. I actually don't know, like, so, well, I'm actually super glad we finished Amnesia in one go, because that means that then I just need to figure out where to shuffle Cult of the Lamb, whether it's a Monday for me or a Wednesday. I'm thinking of moving it to a Monday and then playing it till it's done so that we can recommence Yakuza on the Wednesday, because I have to keep going with Yakuza. I don't know how long it's going to take us, because Yakuza, bless its lovely heart, Yakuza Pirate, and my ability to progress any faster is like very, very hampered. Okay. I just need to like keep chipping away at Yakuza and keep progressing. Your favorite part about this part is a short game of this. So like a third of the size of a normal game. I guess a third of the story. With side stuff still tons. I think I meant like 13 streams and something like 50 hours. But like in saying that, I think when most games say like on predictions are like, oh, this is how long my stream, like a game should be. I think for me, I have to add like plus potentially anywhere between 30 to 50% extra, because beating certain things just takes longer for me. So there you could have done 1 chapter straight and been up to date. So normal game is 13 chapters and Pirate Yakuza is 5. I'm in Engage Outlast race. No. Nah, I'm done with my horror quota for this quarter. I kind of want to like sit back and heckle someone else play a horror game, honestly. Like, I feel like sometimes I derive a lot of enjoyment from heckling other people. I was clear enough. I'll have a look with that and I'll ask you any questions if I have any questions. KPI's call for another scary game. No, it doesn't. I have no manager. I have my own manager. Also, Army manager is kind of like, I don't know like why I thought that this cake making thing would be okay. And honestly, I don't even know. And I don't just, I think my thought pattern, like, but like this has turned into like, I thought it was this was like going to be like a small quest, but honestly, this has turned into like a massive quest to complete this. I think there was like a fundamental flaw with my planning here. Okay. So, what time are we dealing with? 3. Okay. Shit. I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this in time. No, it should be okay. So we need to freeze this for an hour. And I don't... I'm trying to get this as even as possible, but maybe we don't need this frame. God. Okay. I think this is like as good as I've got. And then I just need this to like sit on this. I need to even the thickness of this across the ganache. Ameversary. I think it's more like what's the word? It's kind of like underestimating how hard an Entremet cake is. I think that's what this is. Would you guys ever make this? And also, like some people have seen the part 1. Like, would anyone ever consider making an Entremet cake for funs? Or am I like the only one? You would? Okay. Now that I've shown you, you've witnessed the amount of steps that goes into it. The Albanita cake is like 2 times as complex as this, so yes, you would. Albanita cake. I think honestly, if I wasn't doing this for stream, I think I would be like low-key mad the entire time I'm making this. But it's like more bearable sharing this experience. The Romanian honey cake. I think you've mentioned this to me. Okay. We have this. And I'm going to freeze this. Now, I'm hoping this stuff stays together. Now, I think there is a problem that I can foresee, is that the feuilletine layer does not stick to the sponge cake layer. So when we go to flip it upside down and put it into the molds of the other cake, we may have to deal with 2 pieces of separate cake. But not alone, together with someone for sure. There's a lot of like, because there's so many steps, I'm kind of like low-key paranoid about stuffing up one particular step, which then has like a cascade effect. But the chemistry in all these steps is really fun. And the applying knowledge of like different states. Okay. So, hey Google, set a timer for 1 hour.
Second timer for 1 hour, and we're starting now.
Albanita honey cake. Oh yeah, I think I'm just looking up your cake. Veggie. Maybe I can make this Albanita cake at the 2-year Ameversary. 2 layers of grise julep and 1 layer of apricot jam. The sheets are made with honey. Prep time 1 hour. Cook time 30 minutes. Actually, this honey cake is way easier than this Entremet cake, because like fuck me. Like 3 days, guys. 3 days this cake is like because it looks like you can do this in one day. Flour, sugar, honey, baking soda, butter, egg, salt. Yeah, there's layers. There's semolina buttercream, but like there's none of this like waiting for states to freeze. Semolina buttercream, whole milk, instant semolina flour, sugar, soft butter, vanilla sugar, apricot jam, powdered sugar to dust the cake. So instructions for this like honey cake. Honey, butter, sugar and salt. Sift the honey and baking soda into a large mixing bowl. Form a hole in the middle. Add your cooled honey mixture and beaten egg. Mix everything together with a spoon. Preheat. Knead your dough. Oh. What? There is kneading? Oh, what? This is so interesting. Okay, I'm very intrigued. Because I've never have I heard a cake knead dough that isn't going to be kneaded out into sheets. I'm going to have to study this. There's a fancy chocolate one. Hold on. Amandina cake. It's the chocolate one. Amandina. Etran, you messed up. You gotta go bold. What happened? That one is wild. It's so good. Do you have Romanian heritage, Scarlett? Oh, sponge. Do you know I've never feuilletine go bald. Why do you have to go bald? For the sponge, begin by separating the egos. I don't know if I've ever made a successful sponge because all the sponges I've ever made have collapsed. They never rise enough. Yet somehow yesterday, the fudge chocolate cake rose a lot. No, it's called, I got a friend who loves sharing culture with me. It's like, I'm like the furthest from Romanian. Okay. This is amazing. And then you're sharing it with me. So it's like perpetuating the culture sharing. I don't have any Romanian friends. Syrup, cream, assembly. I feel like I could do this. And then we're making fondant. I mean, the chocolate one sounds good, but the honey cake, I think, intrigues me more because there's something about needing to knead the dough and you roll each layer of dough into a rectangular sheet. And that intrigues me. I don't understand how this will taste. And so I'm kind of curious. And also I'm curious about the semolina buttercream because I imagine it would be like a very like kind of firm cream layer. Cover with half the semolina buttercream. Cover the cream with the next sheet. And then there's a jam. Yeah. All right. I'll do it next Ameversary. Okay, I'm gonna put this mousse in the fridge to stay cold while we wait for the other stuff to freeze. In the meantime, I can finally Albanese is a very heavy cake and the cream's textured, almost like it has little grains in it. Yeah, that sounds really good. Weirdly works well. No, it sounds good. Next year. Next year. I'm only making like these kind of like heavily constructed cakes with multiple elements once a year. Because like it's too much, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of cleanup. I've washed so many bowls, mixing bowls. There's some other stuff you want to make like mixy. What's that? M-I-C-A. Oh, this was good. Maybe we should have a Romanian michi. Like, so the article calls it mici, Romanian garlicky meat sausage is what it is. Oh, is what the article says. It's a sausage. It sounds really good. Hey, don't mind the noise. I'm just gonna try and clean up what I can while we have this like 1 hour of chill time. And then once it is chilled, then I'm gonna move the mousse into a piping bag and then we do the final construction. There is this game. Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk, I'll talk to a friend and get recipes and recommends. Oh, that's okay. I can do research. I can do my own research. It's I feel bad about like there's heaps of internet resources. No, I can. I shouldn't make someone else do my research for me. I was gonna say. I wonder if. So once I do these dishes, we just have to kill time for an hour. There's this game that I really want to play that's super cozy, and it's called From Town to City, and it's a city building game, and it's so adorable, and I think it's just been released like a few days ago. But I don't know how to fit it into my gaming schedule. The other thing is like, because now friends know that like I'm available to help with like different contract projects and stuff. Well, essentially, yeah, like I've been approached with a lot of like different healthcare related projects to be involved in. Like for example, you know, helping out at, when I say helping out, but like, yeah, at like the pharmacy college, university stuff. And also I've been approached for another, essentially, there is a choke point in referrals of patients with neurological conditions, which is like stroke, Parkinson's, like early onset, or like, you know, newly diagnosed Parkinson's disease. Yeah, other conditions kind of like that, where essentially there's not heaps of specialists, and it takes a long time for people to get diagnosed and also to get the like therapy and the treatment that they need. And so one of the things that a friend has an idea for, and would like my assistance with, is setting up a process. And it's not that I'm a specialist in this area, Chad. It's that somehow I have a reputation for being good at driving projects. And I'm having a hard time. Like, okay, introvert Ame is just like, I don't wanna do a lot of stuff. But then like the thing is I have skills and my skills can be useful in a lot of areas. But I'm like, I don't wanna be a Scarlett. Okay, you're gonna make me a stupidly complex cake. Let me know if you'll need a BA POs. BA like a business analyst, product owner, or SM. Nah. I mean, the friends that are approaching me are more in the health sector. And like, especially like when they want to get these kind of like projects off the ground. And so I can't afford to like hire people for like a long period of time. And so they're like, oh, if you're free, you want to do something for like a few months? And I'm like, I don't know, man. That sounds like a lot of like. It's internally, I'm like, that sounds like a lot of work. If I hear of any BA PO. SM. You can cosplay as a programmer. How is the hunt going? Oh, you actually, if it's depressing, you don't have to talk about it. So many dishes. Yeah. Are you keeping your energy up? There's like 3 pots, 2 mixing bowls, 3 mixing bowls. All right, I'm going to put on rubber gloves because there's a lot of bowls to wish. You're born with glass bones and paper skin. Every morning you break your legs and every night you break your arms. At night you lie awake in agony until your heart attacks put you to sleep. What? I don't get the reference there, Tran. SpongeBob job search. Oh, SpongeBob quote. Oh, is it? I don't even really watch a lot of SpongeBob. I think I'm missing the context. So, do you know what is so interesting as being like someone who is like, wow, I feel like I have large knowledge gaps about the internet. Is also the the pathway in which I take to try and like catch up, and I'm like, huh, what is this mean? And then it's like, okay, I feel like even after I've read it, I'm like, oh, I think I'm mixing like bigger context. You remember that episode so clearly. The job search goes gets in America right now. A report showed that America has more unemployed people than job openings. You won't let that stop you though. You're a kind soul that isn't meant to be employed but wants money. I'm the same. I think we're all the same actually. Like, I think there is a very big fundamental shift happening in mindset of like, okay, I understand what I need in the world, but I just want to like have fun. Can I just not exist? Can things like concept of money just not happen? Can we just like we just all have nice things such as housing and healthcare and stuff without having to like pay exorbitant amounts of money? Anyway, I'm not gonna open that door. You know that feel. Dear Lord, please make me a living off your hobbies. I think though that is, from what I've like understood, is that some people who turn their hobby into a career, it takes away sometimes what people get from the hobby. So I don't even know if like I necessarily want that. I have a feeling that yeah, I think if you're lucky enough to have a passion and be able to make money off that, then you're very lucky, and that you can balance that, you know, the need to like you're able to control the growth and how much you have. So for example, like especially craft people, like artistic people who really enjoy drawing and stuff, and crafting, like sometimes turning it into a career, it takes away some of the joy, because it's like, you know, to scale and make it profitable, you kind of put in like a lot of hours doing something. And some people, that's not fun. But in some people, like, I can imagine like people like tattoo artists, it's like if they enjoy the work and like people are willing to pay for their craft, and then like, and you know, the pace in which they do it pays them a living wage, then I can see that working out okay. But I've heard a lot of people who've like, you know, started candle making as a hobby, and then it turned into like a giant job. And then with businesses and stuff, it adds like a layer of pressure of having to make the business sustainable. And then you end up not doing the hobby thing or the activity that you enjoyed when you first went into the business. Someone buy your pictures of Marge and my duck for $1 million each. Real. You can see it. Gym content money. Gym content money pays for gym memberships. The cycle is complete. Diamonds are made under pressure. But I think it's also like, if you can find that thing that you can monetize and it is scalable, and like creating it doesn't, you know, become like a 9 to 5. Because I think back to like the crafting business, it's like, oh, someone started making candles because they were like crafty and they enjoyed making candles, and then suddenly they're running like a business that employs, you know, 3 people, and then they're worried about trying to keep the business going in order to sustain. And then you end up as a business owner doing business owner things like administration, marketing, the things that, like, you know, you may not enjoy doing. And then, you know, if you're lucky and you can make a lot of money from it, then you can probably like hire people to do the bits that you don't enjoy, so that you can focus on doing the bits that you do enjoy, whether it be like, in your case, in your example, like taking photos. And then you like, you know, have a website that sells those photos or prints, that just passively does it. But then like if you sell them, then like someone has to do the packing and the shipping and that kind of stuff. You can your special skills are cracking jokes, lollygagging, frolicking in flower fields, and yearning. Yeah, my special skill is whimsy and chilling. Like, how do I make that into a thing? Also, the thing is like adjusting my expectations of life. As well. And like, you know, what fundamentally, like, how much money do you need to make you happy is an interesting question. Or like, it's interesting hearing different people's opinions on it. Interesting in that, you know, what's the value that someone places on it. Wow, I managed to, it's only been 37 minutes. I'm still waiting for the cake to freeze, but I think I've cleaned up most of this stuff. Yes. I'm glad we're only doing cake for this Ameversary. Okay, Wahshin, why does it have to be scalable? Like, it can as well be more bespoke and high-end if anything. It's true as well. It depends on what kind of the business it is. If there is a market for who people are willing to pay more for your services or your goods. Okay. Yay! Dishes done. I want enough money to go scuba diving, have a house, have a workshop in a shed or part of the house, and go out to eat once a week. That is your goal. Yeah. And like, oh, hang on. The water's really hot. I think from that, it reflects, see, what people want reflects essentially how they see life. Because you've identified that like scuba diving is like a thing that makes you happy to do. And then you factor that into like the decision of what you want to do. And then like, yeah, owning a house is like having the security of life. And also what is also telling is that you haven't added onto that things like, you know, having a holiday house or having a second house or anything like that. And go on vacation maybe 2 to 3 times a year. Yeah. All right. Okay, we have 34 minutes and I don't know what to do because the next step is putting the mousse into, oh, maybe I can put the mousse into a bag and prepare it for piping. My goal is to be a role model like Majima to Noah. Really? Because it's kind of like if that is the concept, then that's really interesting. Of like to extrapolate that. Like that's an example, but like to extrapolate that, do you mean that like being a role model or a positive influence on like a younger generation? Because that yeah, I think that is very admirable. I don't know how healthy that is. You need an apprentice in breeding the crap out of coons. Like extrapolating that concept is about like, so role modeling, but then like, is it also about supporting the next generation? You know. Okay. We're going to add the mousse to a piping bag. Now, I have 2 piping bag options. I have a massive green one and a smaller white one. And we also need a appropriate cake tip. Hang on. So the final step for today is going to be this frame. You'd love to be a good influence and role model for the youth. That is a really good, yeah. Okay. No, that's really admirable, honestly. I think that there is an element of like, I think that humans cannot exist in a vacuum and that we are meant to live in a sense of community. And how that community looks is different from person to person. But I think there is always the common element of like a community. Hold on, I'm looking for a jug. Or like a tall glass that can hold something easily cleanable. I think almost like so if you define how much money you want out of life and what you want out of life, I think you can't really answer that question unless you define also what your values and what your purpose is. No shade to my family, but my biggest role models that taught me how to be a decent human being were people in your college prep program. You'd like to volunteer and do the same once you get settled in a new job. Yeah, that's like, that is very admirable. And that will also give you like a really good sense, or continue to give you a sense of like community. Like, I think people end up becoming horrible people if they don't exist in the real world and don't interact with like other human beings. Okay, I have 2 bags. I think I'm going to use the green one, and I'm going to use this piping tip, which is a wide nozzle, and I'm going to use this to store it so that I can keep piping. Now, I need to put this tip into the bag. Prior. The thing that always, personally speaking for me, I mean, okay, no, I did have a very good role model. One very good role model growing up. I'm just thinking like, how did I turn out to be the way that I am? Which is like, not a horrible person. I think I'm very lucky in the people that I've met along my life journey, honestly. And I think also, like, this is why I'm like also super glad that one of my forms of escapism growing up was books, and also how when you read a lot of books and like get to know different characters, oh my lore. My lore is not that exciting. My lore is it's just like, but yeah, like, I mean, I think taking away aspects of like certain people that I've met, but also like having the critical ability to be like, okay, I that is an admirable trait that I would want to cultivate, versus like another trait that I wouldn't want to cultivate. Hello to Ryan too. Welcome. I was gonna say, yeah, I used a lot. I used reading as a very big form of escapism. And so there are a lot of like I think one of the fundamental things that I took away from reading a lot is that I don't have the capacity to deal with like lying, as in like myself lying to people or other, and because like I don't have the like, the lesson that I seem to get is that it never pays in the end, you know, like And I like, that's one example. People that lie. Yeah. Why lie? I think people lie to like get something, like to take advantage of a situation. Some people struggle to be honest about themselves and their situation. To like gain something, whether it be like other people's trust, whether it be a situation of like they're not comfortable with themselves, they're like, you know, fabricate a story or something to gain like respect, to gain sympathy. Like there's always a motive in there. And I guess like I'm having a moment of like, so whenever I think these things, and then I always try and like flip it back on myself, being like, do I like, what are my motives? You know, like, and I also like to check myself, if that makes sense. Like I've come to where I am because like I constantly, and like only the whole checking yourself thing only really came kind of like later in life. I think definitely after like my my early 20s. As you know, I have one big role model, not role model, but big influence in my life that modeled really, really bad behaviors. And it took me a while to realize that there were some behaviors that I did and that needed me to undo. I needed to identify it and undo it because it was having a negative effect on other relationships around me. Because like that, like the quick to anger, the some like, it's kind of like the precursor behaviors to like narcissistic personalities types kind of thing. It's kind of like, you know, treating people, and like, this is why I believe everyone has the capacity to change, but people have to want to change because change takes a lot of work. They can get these hands. Looks like Danger. Hello, welcome. We're just having like an existential, no, not even existential, just like a philosophical kind of like musing here. I don't know how this stream turned into that kind of thing, but you know, here we are. Because like I'm making cake, and there's a lot of downtime with cake making when you're not doing something active. But yeah, where am I going with this? Oh yes, checking yourself. Because I've also gone through big fundamental shifts of like introspection of like, shit, you know, I treated someone badly, and like, and I think because I've gone through so many major changes on my own, that I do believe everyone has the fundamental ability to change, but whether people have they want to change, or people have the self-awareness to adjust themselves. You think you're on your end. Convos tend to stay this way this late at night. 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. Is it really late for you, Etran? I think because I think if I'm standing around and not doing anything, it sometimes goes this way. Especially I think because like the thing is like I feel bad for not being able to like, you know, adequately reply to Fox. And like there is I respect people's earnestness and people having like a clear opinion about things, as opposed to not having an opinion about things. But then I also shy away from like confrontation, and and how where confrontation can go. And I think that that comes from constantly being like, I don't like getting into discussions unless like I have all my facts straight. Yeah, we're applying for jobs, though, baby. Yay, you're Tran. Okay. It's kind of, wow, this is a lot of chocolate mousse. I really hope that this works out. I think also like, I don't know. I am always interested in other people's situations, but I sometimes like struggle to know what is like, sometimes I'm like, I ask because I'm genuinely curious and I have like genuine concern for people, but then I'm always worried that like, oh no, like, am I overstepping? And then I start overthinking myself. Because like, I generally want to like celebrate people when they feel like, you know, they have something they want to celebrate, regardless how small or how big things are. And I think like acknowledging like other people's situations as well. I don't know. I think I just like sharing in other people's experiences. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that kind of trait is. But yeah. Curiosity. But yeah. It's not even like, sometimes I think like, what is the point of being curious? Like, I don't use the knowledge for anything. But but then it kind of like gets shelved away, archived. You really like people that make stuff, like anything, and they're not being pretentious about it. Is it a sense of like enjoying someone create something? Is that where that comes from? Okay, I'm trying to get this mousse off this spatula. Not spatula, mixer. Blender? Whisk. That's the word. Whisk. Ooh, without splattering everywhere. I really like when people have like passions about things. And hearing things from people's perspective. I'm pretty sure I've said this before. I just think I'm a sharer, guys. I think I just like sharing in other people's like enjoyment of things. I don't know. It really does come from a bit of the hate from people that just consume. Like, what can you do? You gotta do something. Yes. Oh, crap. Oh. The mousse is leaking. No, so like it's meant to like do that. Except that like, I don't know how to... Okay, I just have to accept that it's just gonna bend on the bottom and try and get the rest of this into this bowl. You also strongly believe making stuff what makes us human. I think so as well. I really think so as well. And I think when people say like they don't do anything or don't have interest, I don't think that's true. I think that sometimes people are so overwhelmed by life that even just doing like the basic things like going to work and going to work and like surviving and being an adult and stuff like that becomes so much that it occupies so much of their time and energy that they don't have the luxury of like exploring their other interests. But like I'm pretty sure, like I believe that like everyone has interests about things. But it's just having the energy and the brain space to explore those things. I need another spatula to get all the mousse off this spoon. And you just have to quickly wash the small one. Oh no, there's a chunk missing from my spatula. Oh, Yama, did you resonate with me saying that I believe everyone has an interest in stuff and sometimes life is too adulting, sometimes it's too much? Yama, don't worry. I'm here to guide you. We're never zoned out while we're crying. I guess I'm not really adulting, but just being alive. You're doing so well, Yama, to just doing those jobs. Like, honestly, just here, if you get what I mean. I know. And like, I guess sometimes like okay, I'm assuming here, but sometimes you compare yourself to other people. And you shouldn't, because sometimes like I think that path just leads to when you compare yourself, like there will always be something that someone else is doing more than you. And the thing is, like, I think sometimes you're so not you Yama, but like you in like universal sense, that sometimes like there is so much that you like your brain is occupied with the doing of living, which is like you might have like a very mentally taxing job. You know, trying to get on top of housework, making sure that you're feeding yourself. And then, you know, that's just the week, right? And let's say you have a day off and you're just like, my goodness, I just want to plop. I just want to be a potato. And that sometimes you don't have the chance to like see what you have to offer. And then that in turn can be like a vicious cycle where you are like, what am I doing with my life? Or I'm not doing as amazing things as other people. And I've been there. Like I've been in that like cycle of like burnout where you're just like you feel like you're just failing all the goals of life that you set for yourself. Which is, there are things that you can change, which is, well, you can adjust the goals. Like does like, you know, like one of my things was like, oh, my house is not clean. But I'm like, does anyone care? No. Like, so well, you know, depending on if you're living alone or we're living with other people, but those goalposts are goalposts you can set for yourself. Like, what are the things that you can adjust? That's essentially what I did. But for me, it's like, you know, there were kind of like three, like at the time that I was working in pharmacy, I didn't realize how burnt out I was because I was doing sometimes like 6 days a week working. Sometimes like I'd always be the person that would pick up extra shifts because like someone was like, oh, my kids are sick and I can't do this evening shift. So I would do my morning, like my daytime shift, which is like what, like 8 a.m. till 4 or whatever, have a dinner break at like 5 p.m. and then work until 10 p.m. Just because like that's the nature of services in hospitals sometimes. But yeah. And so because you're just like, oh, okay, you you just fall into like the trap of like, this is what you got to do. And then you know, and it's about like examining all the small bits of what can you cut out. For me, I did like a massive life change, which was I went from public to corporate. But then like having a fresh perspective meant that like there was new data to analyze my life against, which was like, okay, how am I still in like a shitty mental space when I've changed the environment? And so then you start going down the path of like, okay, maybe it's not the environment anymore. Like, then you start kind of like wiggling the cogs of each thing that you've taken for granted. Like, you know, how much are you willing to let a work or job take from you? And what do you get in return? Like those sort of questions is what I started developing for myself. And then once I started like carving out time for myself was when I started kind of like having the brain space to consider like, what does make Ame Ame? Like what makes me tick? And it's an ongoing process. Like I haven't answered the question yet. I still don't know. And sometimes I always worry that like I'm falling into like different mental traps, which is a constant tweaking process with streaming as well. You have to plan time for yourself. I also time to like sit and think about yourself. Head pat for Amen also everyone. Thank you, Yama. Yeah. Thoughts, guys. Thoughts. I can't believe is there like I can't believe people are just like chilling to this because it's not that it's a dark place. It's that this topic for me is always like a quiet place, if that makes sense. It's just like a I wouldn't even call it like a deep and meaningful because it's just like a calibration space. It's musings. That's what it is. Okay. Oh, we have almost 9 minutes left and we've finished putting the mousse into the piping bag. Let's check on the frozen situation. Ooh. I think we're ready to construct, chat. Look. So I don't think this stuck together. Oh, wait, it did stick together. Holy crap. This may actually work. Hang on, let me make sure the sizing, yes, okay. Oh my God, hang on, okay, let me double check the instructions. Where's my phone? Where did I put my phone? Oh, over here. You know, there was a moment where I was like, this is not gonna work out. Like, where I was doubting. I was like, I'm pretty sure at some point along this multi-step situation, something has stuffed up. You're going to IKEA later? Ooh, very nice. Are you picking up some stuff or are you just going for fun? Okay, construction. Let's check this. So we need to spray the inside. Oh, I'm going to do it like upside down. Spray the inside of this with olive oil so that when we pull it off, it fits. So apparently we're meant to put an acetate sheet down, except that like, I did buy an acetate sheet, but I kind of don't want to cut it up. So maybe what I'll do is I'll use a silicone sheet to try and form like a bit of a seal on top of the tray. Except that it forms a bit of a gap. What if we line the inside of this with Glad wrap or baking paper so that the mousse doesn't leak out when we put everything together? So like I do that. I don't use a silicone sheet. Or will it be okay? Am I overthinking things? So this sheet I have on the bottom is a silicone sheet, but there's no, it's bumpy though. It's not completely flat. But if the silicone, you need a pillow and some pillowcase and a few towels. Oh, nice. So the steps that are next, so the recipe says to use acetate sheets. And the reason why they say acetate sheets is that they don't want the mousse, once it pipes into the shape, to escape and leak out. But I think we might be okay. I think I don't feel much of a gap. And I think even if we leak, it's not going to be heaps because we're going to go straight into the freezer. So the steps will be pipe chocolate mousse into the ring so that it's 1/3 of the way. Maybe I'll go half to the top of the cake ring. Then we will flip this boy, this solid construction, upside down and plop it into the mousse bed. And then we will, so it will displace some of the mousse. Okay, all right. And then we then fill up to the very top with mousse and then spread it even, in which case we will need a metal spatula to spread it out evenly. And then we freeze it all. Okay, we got this. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna pipe. Please don't leak. Please don't leak. Mousse. Actually, I'm a little bit worried. What are we making? We're making an Entremet cake, which is a French cake that is multi-layers with different textures. And we have cake layer, we have a feuilletine layer, and we have, okay, I want to do kind of like this. A fudge layer and also a ganache layer. And then this is the mousse. And this won't be all complete today. Is mouse good? Is mousse good? Never had. Not mouse, mousse, double S. Mousse is like a foamy chocolate situation. Now this cake ring I think is like really big. So I'm worried about it falling apart. So I'm gonna support it. And I'm gonna do this. Okay. I don't know if we're gonna have enough chocolate mousse. But I'm gonna see. So now we're gonna pipe the mousse around the edge of this and pray and hope. And I don't think we have enough mousse and we're fucked. The spacing behind this is way bigger. Okay. It needs to be a cylinder, a solid cylinder at the end of the day. Guys, we're fucked. Oh, okay, wait. We can make a second batch of mousse. Do I have enough ingredients for a second batch of mousse? I think this, okay. If you, your brain is done today. If you finish today, will you still be having a stream tomorrow? Oh, Yama, like there has to be a stream tomorrow because this has to freeze. Like this is not done. It has to freeze overnight. And then tomorrow we're making chocolate. We're going to learn, well, we're going to try and attempt to temper chocolate and make the decorations. And also do the mirror glaze. And then also figure out how to work with luster powder. I wonder if avocados can turn into a dessert like cake because I've had a smoothie before. I think, yes, you can. You can actually add like avocado and stuff. Oh, thank you, Dean Drew, for following. Oh, what did we reach? Thank you. All right, okay, we're gonna quickly make another batch of mousse because I don't think we can progress without more mousse. So I'm going to put it in the freezer. I'm gonna regret saying this. I'm worried because I think there was holes in my mousse, but I think if we don't freeze it, it's gonna start like seeping out. Actually, no, you know what? I believe we're just gonna put it in the freezer and then we'll make a second batch of mousse. All right, guys, we're not done. No, I'm stuck in like cake purgatory. Okay. 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 No one panic. We're not in panic mode. So it's a 3-part situation where we need egg yolks again. We need whipped cream. We need to do the pate bomb. We need to make the chocolate ganache. No one panic. We're not panicking. No one panic. What do I need for tomorrow? Is cake done? You must be congrats anyway. Thank you. And then we hit like a follower goal. Is cake done? No, cake is not done. I'm stuck in this nightmare. That sounds fun, but you should make a peanut butter and grape jelly cheesecake. That sounds like a good thing to eat. No, we're only making cake once a year. I thought you would just pour the glaze over to cover it. Yama. The never-ending cake arc. This is terrible. Okay. Pate bomb, ganache, whipped cream. So tomorrow for the glaze is gelatin. What do I need for the glaze? I need to set aside and make sure I have enough ingredients for the glaze, which is, oh, it doesn't actually need chocolate for the glaze. Okay, so if we have extra chocolate, we can use it for this. I'm going to see if I can use milk chocolate. No. No. We should use the dark chocolate. So, okay, I'm thinking, all right, chat. This is my thinking, okay? When you temper chocolate, it takes longer for dark chocolate to temper and set because it has a higher cocoa butter percentage than milk chocolate. Sugar cocoa butter. Yeah. Yep. There's more cocoa butter. Yeah, so it takes longer. So tomorrow, if we temper decoration chocolate, I think it'll be easier to work with milk chocolate. Hang on, I need to fact check myself. Hold on. Is it easier to temper dark or milk chocolate? Thank goodness for the internet. Milk. Okay, so we should use up, because it contains less cocoa solids and more cocoa butter. Oh no, then dark. Oh no, because no, dark and misprint frustration than those, creating a more manageable process. Milk chocolates are higher fat and sugar content and a lower of cocoa solids. Okay, it's the cocoa solids that make it hard to set. Okay, higher contains more. All right, okay, all right, we got that. So we're going to use dark chocolate to make the mousse. Well, we use up the dark chocolate first. All right, we're going back in. I thought we were done with mousse, but we're not. Okay, good thing I did dishes while we were waiting. Okay, we can do this. And I need the pots again. And I'll need 2 pots. One for the pate bomb and one for heating up the cream. Okay, but now that I've done it, it's not that hard. I see, hopefully. Good thing I'm making this cake for me. And I don't need to offer this to anyone. You got the goal. Yeah. All right. We're just going to make another batch of the same amount. See, this is how you know, like, these kind of cakes cost so much money. All right. We're doing 200 grams of cream. All right. And then we need the mixer again. And extension cord comes back. Sometimes using the extension cord in the kitchen makes me nervous because the sink is literally right there. And like I was taught from it, oh, chat, I forgot to take photos as we were going along. Anyway, it's fine. Let's just try and like get this cake done. All right, putting down a tea towel. We're now whipping cake. Everything is set in. Oh, excellent. Okay. All right. Whipped cream. Done. Part 1 of mousse. Okay, and I need to wash this for the pate bomb because we're going to make that. Okay. That goes into the fridge to keep cool. And then step 2, melt chocolate with cream. Essentially form a ganache. And we need a bowl, a big enough bowl for the ganache. And I washed one that I used and it's not yet done. All right, I think I just have to wash this because this is like the right size. You know, next time I do these where I modify the measurements and stuff, the lesson that I'm learning is I should buy extra ingredients in case I have to make second batches of different elements. Is it weird that you used to eat frosting straight out of the tub? No. It's like also me saying that was like high school. What? Betting bomb mouse. That's like is it weird that I eat raw cookie dough? Like I eat raw cookie dough and I still eat raw cookie dough. I also, oh my gosh. And look, everyone, like I'm not condoning it because there is a risk, like if you're eating raw egg products of salmonella. But, you know, YOLO. Well, my attitude is YOLO and plus it's delicious. And I have this like sense of hubris of like, yeah, I can take whatever food poisoning, which is how I always manage to food poison myself. But I also like to lick like raw dough. Okay. All right. I have the bowl for mousse, and then how's Stardew Valley going, Fox? Is it are you starting a brand new map? All right, 200 grams. Oh shit. Sorry. I just realized I made 200 grams of whipped cream, but I needed another 200 grams for the ganache. And I don't know if we have enough. You know what? It's fine. We'll figure it out. Isn't that a normal occurrence for you though? Food poisoning yourself? Yes. Yes, I have a character flaw. You're playing Terraria with someone right now. Oh, I have never finished a game of Terraria. I think I played like an hour and then I was like, this is really hard. And then I don't know how to progress. And then it's too much platforming for me. Like a little too much platforming. Shit! I said I wasn't going to use milk chocolate and I was going to save it for... Gosh darn it, Ame. Why you do this? The stress is making me do blunders. It's fine. I can fix this. Okay. You'll be there? We can kill the Devour of Gods together? Playing with friends helps? Are you both offering to teach me the ways of Terraria? Because I still own the game. I just, I have never gotten value out of it. So, yes. Ameversary. Really? You still want to come to my aid after the way that I treated you in my cult? Oh my gosh. What is the end goal of Terraria? Is it like Minecraft? Nah, I don't know. I don't care. You have 30 minutes to find name in Terraria. You played once, but not good as it was carried by friends too. Yeah, like, okay, sorry, I need to ask this question because I get carried a lot in a lot of games. How do the carriers feel? Like, do you get anything out of helping, like, do you enjoy it? Like, does it depend on, like, the person? Base game, beat the Moon Lord, which is the hardest boss in vanilla. It's like resource farm upgrade. So great to help some noob. I'm fully self-aware that I am a gaming noob. But like I feel I feel bad that I might be detracting from someone else's, gaming experience. A lot of times frustration, but if you like building, sure, but I find it hard to build just square boxes. A lot of times frustration, but when the noob finally gets it, bliss. Pure bliss. You like carrying, but you quickly get over it since you want to help friends learn or build skill. Teach a person to fish type shit, okay? It's like showing someone your room as a kid. Same feeling. Okay. Alright. Okay. You've reassured me that that I'm not a burden. Okay. I have to use a mix of dark and milk chocolate. I actually might have to. I might have to pick up some more baking chocolate. Tonight. Maybe on the way. I'll have to find like a supermarket that's open late and pick up some more baking chocolate for tomorrow for the tempering because I think I've used up it all. I used it all up. All right. Everyone pray that there is 200 grams of cream left over to make this ganache, please. Like vanilla Terraria, in all honesty, isn't hard, but modded is insane. It's all about having fun playing with friends. Pray for me. All right, we need this amount because to be 200, okay? Because otherwise we can't make this. Okay, 160. Let's try and scrape everything out of here and like, just, we need it. Come on, cream. Don't abandon us. Like in one of the biggest mods in Terraria, Calamity. Calamity has actual gods you fight. Oh, it's fine. What could go wrong with Lesser, right? Do you know what, Yama? I'm so glad Jen is not in this stream. The amount of non-stop heckling that I would receive. You heckle, but you heckle gently. Whereas Jen is just like with this Pepe and Pepe sad. I'm just like, man, like I feel like I'm under not a microscope, but like it's all in good jest, but also at the same time I'm like, God damn it. Why you gotta be right, Jen? But like, so if I play Terraria, like people who've played it a lot, should I just like start up with a mod straight away for more fun, or like vanilla is fine? Like, what's up? You bunch of gentle hecklers, you. Okay, I've managed to eke out 176 grams, which is like close enough to 200 grams that I'm doing the whole it should be fine situation. Okay, we're going to make the ganache, which involves, oh wait, I can maybe like scrape some off the lid. This is desperate times, chat. Desperate times. How does this happen? Anyway, no, it's fine. No, there's no point asking how does this happen because we all know the answer to that question is somewhere along the way, Ame's planning went a bit astray. That is what happened. All right, I'm going to microwave this and give it pulse. Don't try and compensate. Fox, it's on me. If you want to jump straight into it, then go modern. If you want to start with some form of understanding, the vanilla. What's the nastiest food you ever ate? Nastiest food. I don't know, Drew, because like, hang on, I'm gonna call you Dean. Because it's when I say Dean, I think of like anyway, don't worry. I actually am very adventurous with food. Nastiest food. I don't know. Like, what are some suggestions? I can't think off the top of my head. Because there's actually quite a lot of things that I eat. And I enjoy different textures and stuff. What's something that you don't like? What's the nastiest thing that you've eaten? You had slimy wet beans. So the thing is, the closest I can think of slimy wet beans is natto. But I like natto. Mussels. I like mussels. I like shellfish. And yeah, I eat a lot of random stuff. Like I've eaten a lot of random stuff. Like part of it also comes from like my culture, which is typically a very poor culture. Only 22% off my planet, a bit Australian. That pun is actually good for San. Like funny, but like on the like, you know, just nod to the Australian bit, like perfect pun. Mussels. You almost puke with mussels. Interesting. No, I love a good mussel pot with like white wine, mussels, with like onions. Oh, I've also had like French mussels, which are really good with like a cream sauce, and like fresh baguette. My goodness. If you mean nasty as in weird, then I've eaten cow. Oh, I don't like the texture brain. Yes. I think that is probably like I wouldn't go there again. If you mean nasty as in tasted gross, then large roasted ants. Oh, I have not had insects actually. I've had large ants. No, actually, I'll correct that. I have eaten at one of those modern Australian restaurants that did have small ants that were roasted. It was like a fancy restaurant. I don't think it was nasty. Like it was just like texture, crunchy, I would say. Slimy beans taste like no snot, says Dean. Yes, it can be like a people who don't like texture of it. I don't know what context you had slimy beans, but if you're over in Japan and someone offers natto, if you don't like slimy beans, don't eat natto. It would not be up your alley. Mussel, you like the cold mussels out of the shell. Oh, what about mussels, Vosan? Are you not a fan of? Is it the oh, hang on. I need this let me dry this. You really want to eat them, but my body doesn't allow me. Is it like the texture? You like it out of the shell, but you can't eat it in the shell. Don't force it. Proud of you for trying. Yeah, I mean, I'm really proud of you for trying. Cow brain isn't bad, to be honest. You also don't like celery sticks as a weird flavor. There is some people who cannot tolerate the texture of celery sticks. The same with coriander and cucumber. Some people just don't mess with it. because like there's a certain bit of the flavor profile that is too intense for people. Okay. Favorite part of natto is mixing it. I really like natto in Japan with fresh white rice and raw egg yolk or raw egg mixed together with a bit of soy sauce. It is really slimy and it can be really gross for some people, but like I fuck with it, man. It's good. Like it hits the spot. I don't know why. The salty, the texture, the richness of like, man, Japanese eggs, so good. You had it on an Evo trip. Cow brain isn't bad, a bit rich for my liking. I think it's like the fattiness content engaged that I don't like about certain offal. I think I'm also I can eat like a bit of like boiled liver. I can eat like a lot of pate, but a little bit of boiled liver, it's like the fattiness gets to me after a while. What's the Evo trip? I don't know what an Evo trip. You're not a fan. You're not a fan. You want to try them, but as soon as you go in your mouth, your gag reflex just starts going. Is it the same for San? Is it the same for oysters? You went for the weird cow meat tacos because you thought that the lines would be quicker. You were so wrong. Sometimes you throw Chinese parsley in food just for the hell of it. What is Chinese parsley? I didn't know that there was like a different Chinese parsley. Coriander, cilantro, Chinese. Oh, that's a new word for it that I've never heard. Chinese parsley. I've heard coriander and cilantro. I've not heard this Chinese parsley term. It's not the black mussels. They are in paella and they are fine. It's the ones in the shell that look like a rock. That's oyster. Oh, you meant oyster. Ah, yes. Oyster is definitely a texture that some people do not enjoy. It's just oyster. Okay. What about baked oyster, like cooked oyster? I think with oyster, when it's raw, some people don't like the texture because it's kind of like, and some people don't like the flavor because they say it tastes too much like the ocean. Evo is a really big fighting game tournament. Probably like the super duper biggest prestigious one. Not the biggest prize pool, but most OG. You went in August over in Las Vegas. Evo recently got bought out. I'm not in agreement with the new owners, so that might be your first and last trip to Evo. Was it fun? Evo? I imagine there'll be quite a lot of hype. I never had that, but you think it would be fine? Okay. Like baked oysters. Yeah, because it changes the texture of it. You know what I would love to go to like a live like Dota 2 final or like a live LOL final. Not because I understand the game, but if there's like a really good commentator, and I'd love to go for like the energy of the crowd. Oh, I'm dripping ganache everywhere. A good commentator can like make it really hype. I would go for the hype to just like feel the energy. Deep fried squid is good. Yes, I really like deep fried squid. I also like deep fried octopus tentacles. It's really good. And oxtail. Yes, oxtail is also good. The best oxtail I've had is in Sendai, Japan, when it's cut really thin and then it's barbecued over, like with salt and pepper, and barbecued over a Japanese like binchotan grill. Raw oyster is the only food, and you mean the only one you can't eat because your body just doesn't accept it. No, that's fair. Like, that is definitely fair. Super fun trip to Evo. Got to meet a lot of community members and pro players I looked up to since you was 6. Even became acquainted with some folks too. Oh, that's community happening. Some of them are even helping me out with the job search. Yay for networking. Yeah, like, I don't know, that's really wholesome. You had frog, it's okay. Yeah, oxtail's so good. Deep fried skewer is good. Yes, agree. You really want to enjoy it. Sometimes it's not meant to be, Vasan. That's okay. You had frog, it's okay. There's only one way I like frog. The only way I like frog is if it's like lightly battered and fried. I don't like it stir fried because I feel like it makes it very tough, and then I just find it annoying, and then I'd rather just not. Boston has the best seafood. Oh, really? A lot of ideas. You don't blame me, darling. Yeah, it's only food. Boston clam chowder. Oh, I do want to try making clam chowder one day, but but getting clams, the clams that is used in Boston clam chowder is very hard in Australia because we just don't have a lot of that. Also, it sounds kind of annoying to work with clams. Okay, we're doing pâté bombe, which is 60 grams of egg yolks with the water and sugar mixture. Got it, chat? Got it? We're speeding through this. Let's measure out the water and sugar mixture. So 60 grams of sugar, 60 grams of water. And now I'm experienced. Okay, you're saying it. I don't know how you'll be eating raw eggs. I wouldn't eat it in America, to be honest. I've never had a problem in Australia. I have no problems about eating it in Japan because there's actually like a very good YouTube video about why it's it has to do with like production lines and transporting the food and how long it's allowed to sit in a store for and be bought for, etc. I think you would go for Louisiana for seafood only because you're a huge fan of Cajun food, but Boston seafood indeed serves. I just want to do like a food tour of the US. And I am hoping that the world fixes itself so that I can go without being worried about being deported at the border. That is my hope for the future. And we shall see. But the bobus, yeah. Let me see people out eat raw eggs on rice. I don't know how. I don't know where you're based, Dean, but I wouldn't eat a raw egg on rice in Australia because I trust in like in Australian egg, but not as much as I trust in Japanese egg, if that makes sense. American raw eggs aren't too dope, but I did used to drink raw eggs when you had the most comedic view on how to get it buff, to get buff. I think you just like boil eggs to get the same protein, the amount of protein that you need, right? You don't actually have to drink egg. What? Wait. Like, what is the whole thing around drinking raw eggs or like just having raw eggs for like what? I don't understand what the thinking is because like is it because like oh different forms of protein like you know it's more easily digestible? Is that the logic? Okay, so that's done. We need to do another bowl. Yep, this one for the egg yolks. And we need, oh my God. Holy shit. All good. All good. It was the whipped cream bowl fell out of the fridge when I opened the fridge. But it didn't knock over anything. And thank goodness, whipped cream is fairly solid. It just scared me. I got attacked. I got jump scared by the whipped cream. All good. Good save. Yeah, I know. Very quickly stopped drinking raw eggs, not because I couldn't do it, but because I felt like a goober. Is there a logic behind it? You want a random chicken egg to hatch in your fridge. Oh, it never will though, because the temperature is not the right temperature. Also, I don't think eggs in that are commercial are fertilized. Raw egg drink is nature's protein shake. Okay. Oh, like what are the odds of getting a live chicken and Kroger? Oh, I don't know what a Kroger is. The logic is don't be a bitch and eat your raw egg. No, like I honestly don't know what the logic is behind like why would you have raw egg over say a boiled egg? Like is there a need to do raw? Okay, we're separating yolk. I need to not puncture this yolk. So I need to focus on this delicate operation. Okay, one down. Wait, when I say one, I'm at 16 grams of egg. How many? I need 60. 60. Oh shit. Nope, we're good. I need to separate this. Okay. 30 grams. Which implies that I'll need 4 eggs. I'm not just for egg. Cooking is for women. No, I think cooking is just like shit, 30 grams. Okay. Man. Cooking is just like a normal way to eat egg. I don't think there's like a gender difference. Okay. All right. Crap, why does this keep? I think it's just 4. Guess we have another lockdown one day we need to buy a pet chicken. Raw egg and then raw steak and then I what? Oh my god, Basa. Oh my but that's the logic. Okay. Really? I cook because you're performative. You drink matcha as well, Etran. Don't forget. And you like Lorvie. It may hit too close to home. It's flawed. Okay. All right, good. Thank you for the bit. And thank you for confirming there's not much difference. Okay. I've done. The scale's kind of turned off because I think the power ran out. So I don't actually know how many. Should I just add like one more? Oh my god, we're getting all sorts of like At this stage, we're becoming all sorts of like shenanigans here. Okay, hang on. I need the mixer. I need to dry this. How good a cake. It's Scarlet! Terrible! We're panic making another batch of mousse. You drink matcha. Yeah, you like Lofi. Yeah, you like hip thrust and ideals. God forbid a quirked up Asian man catches a vibe. We're panic making another batch of mousse, and my scales have run out of power. And I actually don't know if I have the prerequisite. I should measure it out. 60 grams of egg yolks. No. If one egg yolk is 16 grams, no, I need to just trust. I think it's fine. Right? Fact check me. 16, if on average an egg yolk is 16 grams, then 2 egg yolks is about 30 grams, then 4 egg yolks is about 60 grams. And so we're in this, I think we're in a safe margin of error. And even if my scales have conked out, I don't need to double guess myself, right? Yeah, right. Okay. We're making pate bombe, the third part of mousse, which is, let us just double check and make sure I don't, because I'm running out of ingredients. Heat the sugar water to 118, and last time it never reached 118, but it's fine. Then we add it into the egg yolk and we mix it. What am I doing? Thermometer. Candy thermometer. I need to check the temperature. Then we mix everything. Oh my god, the pot falling off the stove. That's fine, nothing spilled out. 16 times 4 is 64, because there's 2, which is half a stack. And 16 is quarter of a stack. Yep. Yeah, so we're within the margin of error. So I think we're good for 4 yolks. For a total of like approximately 60 grams. Minecraft. All right, I need this syrup to become a syrup. And I need it to boil, I need it to dissolve, and I need it to reach 100 degrees. And I think it never went above 100, so I think I can just go full blast heat to it and just keep stirring. And then I think we should be hopefully okay. I'm not gonna lie, I'm stressed. The mousse is throwing me off, okay? It's not polite, but that's fine. Man, cooking streams go through so many emotional roller coasters. One moment I'm like, contemplating musings, and then the next moment I'm like panic making mousse. All right, come on, sugar syrup, reach 100. No more petting the mouse. We are punching it now. Pedal to the metal. 85 degrees, 90. Oh, we're getting there. 92. Come on, buddy. You beautiful syrup, you have it in you. Get me to 100. 97, 98, 99. Come on, one more degree. You got this. Oh, please, just hit 100. Please. Why? Still at 99.7. Come on. Give me half a degree more. Oh, 0.1 of a degree missing. Come on, just hit 100. Is it so hard? Yes. All right, done. We got it. Well, I actually don't even know what a 0.1 of a degree difference makes. Okay, we need to take this next step slowly. You go to IKEA now. How long is stream still? Vasan, I think don't let this stream deter you from living your life. The answer is I don't know. I ideally no more than like half an hour. I'm not deterring you. You're happy to include you in your life. Oh my gosh. You're like, I must know how this cake turns out. You just want to know for planning. This stream has been derailed. The plan has been derailed. So I honestly don't know. But I can update you tomorrow because eventually at some point this stream has to end and we have to do a stream tomorrow. so you'll find out what happens at the end of this. Okay. Whipped cream into here to lighten up the ganache, then the pate bomb, which is still kind of warm. No, it's fine. Okay, so I have this. I'm just gonna get the ganache off here. Yeah, because you'll be here. For the chaos. Okay. Oh, shit. I should have added it by parts. No! No, it's fine. I can fix this. I can fix her. Oh, the whisk. The whisk will help. That's how you'll find out because you'll see it happen. I like that people are invested in this cake journey. I hope that, you know, I provide some form of entertainment to people and some form of distraction. I don't know. Okay. What? It's an emotional cake roller coaster, guys. Like, it is so much of a theoretical process of like, oh, I think this is what's going to happen, and then find out, oh shit. No, but like, my experience with all these activities that I plan for myself is that I have like a realistic expectation that they're going to be not easy. They're going to be kind of difficult. But then there's always this like, I don't know, I feel like I need to kind of like prove it to myself that I can do it. Or I'm able to like, you know, well, it's a sense of curiosity of like, once again, it's kind of like testing my own limits every now and then. Of just like, okay, this is a very highly technical recipe with a lot of steps and a lot of changing, dealing with like different states of things. Okay, this step is done. Now we add this to this. All right, by parts. Let's go. So essentially with the mousse, there's so much air in the whipped cream plus air in this pate bomb that it ends up becoming like a very foamy texture. There's a lot of like micro bubbles. And I think also that the egg yolks, did I run out of lo-fi music? Have I been playing, I've been cooking for that long? Oh, I don't think I looped it. Nope. The song was just slow to start. Yeah, I think because there's so much egg yolk to stabilize the pate bomb, that it stabilizes the air bubbles. I think one of the hardest things with cooking some of these technical recipes is like about not destroying fluffiness of air, which is why I think I struggle with, oh, this is hard to hold. Why I also struggle with sponges, because you need like the air to rise. And bread and yeast, man. Whoa! Oh, good. I caught it. Nothing broke. Sorry for loud noise. Sorry for the panic. Okay. And then we incorporate this. And then we have another batch. Good soup again. I have survival instincts. I spend so much of my life almost dropping things that I've developed like really fast reflexes to kind of like protect. Okay, I'm gonna set this mousse in the fridge because I think I've worked it too much. And then let's inspect our frozen cake that we have here. Why is chili jelly so tasty? What is chili jelly? I don't think I've ever had chili jelly before. See, you guys always like amaze me with like the stuff that you try. You see those videos of parents catching babies from falling like Spider-Man. You'll be a parent like that one day. Oh, this is like... Nah. What are you doing, Ame? Nah. I'm curious as to like if the bottom layer smoothed itself out, and it is not the time or place to check. You're addicted to chili jelly. Okay. I'm just giving the mousse a moment to cool down. So I'm just going to look up what chili jelly is. Chili jam. Chili jam? Spicy chili jellies. Sweet chili jellies. Is it chili jam? Like a sweet chili? Like a sweet chili sauce? You know what? I'm going to put the mousse in the freezer to chill it even faster. Oh my God. Same thing. It's a sweet and spicy sauce that's a little thick. Oh, sweet and spicy is your killer. Scarlett, me too. I love, so do you guys, I don't know if it's an Australian thing, but in Australia we have potato wedges with sour cream and sweet chili sauce. And sweet chili sauce is like this, it's like this Thai branded sauce. Like, there's like this label like this, like it's like sweet chili sauce. I don't know how else to explain it, but it's like, it's got like sugar, water, red chili, garlic, salt, thickener, and potato wedges are like, you can get that here too. Oh, that plus sour cream plus potato wedges is such a great combination. I don't eat it a lot, but you like that shit. It's so good. Also, like, come on, potatoes. It's so good. How long should we leave this like mousse in the fridge for? Also, I think I don't even need to pipe the mousse over this. I think we just need to fill all the crevices, like this gap, with mousse. You know, it'll be interesting because like I can't be asked putting mousse into there. So I think we're gonna clean this scoop and just like ladle mousse into the cake tin and pray for the best. How are you going, Azalea? Are you plopping? Are you a blob? Okay, I think it's like cooled down. All right, this is like essentially like chocolate soup, okay, at this point. You're plopped with chili jam. What are you eating it with? Okay, I'm gonna pour it into the gaps. It should ideally cool more, but I think we're gonna be okay. And then we're gonna like freeze the heck out of this. I low-key feel like a builder laying out cement. Okay. So we didn't need all the mousse. jiggle, 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 jiggle. Oh, this is where I need like an offset spatula to try and like get into the top of this. The closest thing I have is a spatula. So I'm going to use the edge of this because it's angled to kind of like even out the top. Oh, fun fact, guys. Awesome snack meats. Ooh, I look 10 years younger after shaving. Now you can get ideated again for buying alcohol. Sometimes you do it for fun, man. Okay. Oh, chat, I did not spray the inside of this tray, but this is a spring form. So hopefully tomorrow when all of this freezes, I can just spring form it out and it will just pop out, hopefully. All right. I think construction is done. So we have here a half of it frozen mousse with the cake flipped upside down that has in there ganache, feuilletine, and which is a feuilletine, praline, Nutella, chocolate layer, and then the sponge on the top. And then this is inverted. So then what the plan is, the theory is, chat, that we're going to freeze this overnight. It is going to be a solid block of cake with all the layers built in. And then we will flip it tomorrow, remove the mold and take off this. And then tomorrow we make mirror glaze, chocolate mirror glaze, and we make tempered chocolate decorations. So, oh. What an ordeal. Yay! Mold on the cake. No. All right. Do not trip. Ease this little sucker in. Okay. And then I have so much chocolate mousse to eat. I don't know what I'm going to do with the chocolate mousse. I should just put it into like jars and just, I think people have cups, like mousse cups. So maybe I'll just put it into like mousse containers, like portioned out containers. And I can just have, I don't know, little cups of like mousse that I can eat for dessert. Maybe I'll just do that now. Because if I step away to do a wrap up, the cat may decide that she has a liking for mousse, which would be terrible. Mouse cups. Okay. All right. Let me, actually 3 might be too many. Actually might just be 1 mouse cup. Mousse cup. Damn you, Visage. You've inceptioned my brain. Maybe 2 late, like a ladle each one. Insanity! You just missed the, I shouldn't say that, but we have finished the cake construction and it is safely in the freezer. And I'm not going to risk taking it out of the freezer to show you because I'm worried I'm going to trip and I'm worried I'm going to drop it. And then all the work that we've done for the last 2 days will be catastrophe. Okay. And I need to, yeah. scrape the rest of this mousse into these containers. How are you, Insanity? Oh. Yeah, I need to scrape this off. Guys, so there's so I now have more cleaning to do, but that's fine. Milk chocolate mousse is delicious, actually. Let me soak that. Okay. And let me scrape down this side and get some of this. Let's not waste any of this because feuilletine. Pâté bon. I'm curious to think what like a French person would think of our pronunciation. Oh my God, I'm smearing chocolate all over the kitchen. Okay, that's good enough. So I will consume these mousses over the week. Yay, now I have extra mousse. You're good. You were playing Path of Exile with a friend until now. It's almost 8 a.m. and now you're just waiting to take 2 cats to the vet for a checkup. Oh no. What? Oh wait, checkup. Okay, checkup. Whew. That's okay. I was like, oh no, what happened? How am I? I'm good. I was stressed because one mixture of mousse was not enough for all the adaptations that we did. But it's now safely in the fridge and I'm feeling good. I caught up on sleep yesterday after finishing part 1 of cake making at 12:30 a.m. So after the Cult of the Lamb stream, which was an 8-hour stream. So yesterday I was pretty wrecked. Okay, we're going to do wrap up now, chat, so that I can get to cleaning. I don't want to clean on stream because like you've already sat through an hour of me cleaning and waiting for the stuff to set. So I'm going to swap. Yay, we're going to do rough retro. Let me one mixture. Wait, let me change this input to this wired mic and this one. I just need to change this input to this so it matches my mouth. Yay! And turn off this mic. One mixture of mousse. Dude, am I pronouncing it wrong? Mousse? Chocolate mousse? Mousse? Mousse. Hang on. Now you're making me like concerned that what I thought was a word.
Mousse.
Mousse. Well, the French say
Mousse.
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 Australian is moose. I'm saying it right. Oh my goodness. You say it the same way as me? Okay, thank goodness. I'm an Australian, guys. I'm an Australian. Just doing my best. Actually, I'm a Vietnamese Australian who learned most of my English through books. So, and TV. So, you know, there's that. All right. With 2 S's. Okay, congrats on day 2. Yay! You're just joking. No. It's fine. So for the long, like, I don't have a complex about it, but I'm just aware that sometimes my pronunciations of stuff might be off because I used to pronounce something as asparagus because that's how I read it, like asparagus, until someone was like, "What'd you say?" And I also had a really hard time for a long time pronouncing and I still struggle with it. The word permanent, permanent. So so I'm just cognizant that sometimes what I think is how you pronounce something may not actually be how you actually pronounce it. And I'm always happy to refine permanent, permanent, permanent. I always sometimes like also it doesn't help that sometimes I forget how to spell it. Permanent, permanent. Okay. Oh my gosh. Wait, Etran is actually like sorry, I don't mean to call you out, Etran, but like I was about to do the rough Etran and I realized that you were first active chatter, but also sometimes I go so late that you have to go to bed, but you're still awake. So I'm like, oh my gosh, you're still awake. Okay, anyway. Can I say perpetual? Yeah, I can say perpetual. Permanent mousse. um okay, rough retro. Oh, day 2 of cake of Entremet cake making done. We adapted our feuilletine into let's call it Nutella slash chocolate. Man, we overcame a lot of obstacles today, can I just say? Nutella chocolate praline with, I think, like, I don't know I don't know if I can call it praline because I think praline is something different. I'm going to call it crunchy layer. We then also adapted our individual. Hang on, what? I also took I'm going to managed to dodge using a blender for ganache. Guys, I had a theory. I had a theory that I wouldn't have to use the blender, like the blender cup. Um, Trent, you're a machine that turns poor sufficient sleep into achieved weighted hip thrust goals. I don't know how you do it. There was a lot. um, was spotted. You forgot IKEA opens at 10. Oh. um, what does that mean? Does that mean that you missed it? Does that mean that like it's still too early for you to go and you have to wait some more? Okay, I managed to dodge using a blender for the ganache. We also adapted. It's too early. Okay. Oh no. I mean, now you have free time until you have to go to IKEA. What else do we do? We also shit. What do we do? Oh, we made a new friend, Dean. Is Dean still around? I actually was so stressed and occupied with the making of the cake that I forgot to introduce Dean to people. You're going to get coffee and a pastry, and then secondhand store, and then IKEA. That sounds so fun. Oh, we uh adapted to not having enough mousse, and we made 2 batches. Can you believe that? What else did we do? That's pretty stressful, actually. Uh, I caught the whipped cream flying out of the fridge. Oh, let's say not getting injured. Yeah. I didn't sustain any injuries this cooking stream, which is nice. And not that we normally do. We sometimes do. Oh yes, and yes, it is very nice that I reached 120 followers. Um just a note, like I really am appreciative of people following, and also which is like kind of interesting because I don't I don't really expect cooking streams to get a lot of popularity. Oh, no cat on the counter. Yeah. Um but like I don't know. I've stopped trying to guess the I've stopped trying to guess the whatchamacallit, like the way that Twitch works. Like every time I think it works a certain way, it proves me wrong, and then I'm just like, whatever. Like I'm just here for the ride. We'll see what happens. But yeah, so the follower goal thing is like is a Twitch widget, and you can set it to either follower or sub goal. And I think I put it there. Well, okay. The reason why I put it there is to like if people pop in to kind of like subtly remind people to consider following. Because I think like yeah, then they have the benefit of like getting the notifications and stuff. But I'm not too like invested in that number. As I said, like I invest more of my effort and thought into other things, if that makes sense. Things that I can control. And then whatever happens on this other side of like the algorithm or whatever, it does its own thing. Yeah, that is why we have Ame Week instead. And yeah. Oh well, we have Anniversary Week. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, we have Ame Week instead, which is like something that I can control. Also, like, what was I gonna say? I think I derive a lot more satisfaction out of individual interactions or like unique interactions within stream than more than anything. And that's what kind of like warms my heart. Oh, I'm going to put that down. That's a cloud thing. Unique. Oh my gosh. Unique. I'm sorry. For a moment, my brain shorted out and I couldn't remember how to spell unique. Unique interactions in stream. Unique in the sense of both individual interactions as well as like overall stream vibes. Says that one. Where do we want to go? Oh my goodness. Okay. Tomorrow, which is for me a Friday, is the last day of Ameversary week, which is day 3 of Entremet cake making, which is the final step is going to be a chocolate mirror glaze. Chocolate decorations, which is figuring out if I can temper. Okay, so it's going to be tempered chocolate decorations. Now, a special sense to catch bowls pushes us forward. That's true. Oh no. I'm going to credit this to Etran. Senses. Oh, I spelled senses wrong. To catch balls. Yeah. To avert. Oh, you know what that is? That's averting disasters. Because if that bowl flipped over and landed on the ground, I would have lost all the whipped cream, and I have no more cream in the kitchen. Feuilletine. Oh, feuilletine. Yes. Okay. I love a good meme, and I feel like out of this experience, we have we have made feuilletine into a meme, and I love it. Like, it's great. Um. Oh, and I should add in here. Hang on. I need to make like some space. 120 followers, and we had some new friends. We had one chatty new friend, which is Dean Drew V, and then we had two silent friends, which is 2 underscore Rheinik underscore 2 and Claxis, who are silent friends. That's okay. Like, that's fine. Oh, we have to watch out for falling balls. Yeah, that's a good point. Which is rocks. Okay, so Vosan. Falling balls. Man, thank you so much for helping me fill out this rough retro. I actually so what was funny was yesterday when we had our cooking stream, Leo was saying how he started his new corporate job, I think in like programming role, and he did a rough retro and a sprint and stuff, and I was like, I felt kind of like, oh no. I mean, I've never hidden the fact that what we do is part of agile development. But it's funny that it's like I just put a different skin on it, honestly. And it's just funny that like someone experienced it in real life and was like, "That's what Ahmed does," and I was like, "Oh shit." I've been, I've actually been caught out. Actually, even when Etran was like, "Is this a retro?" and I was like, yes, it is." I distinctly remember the moment where Etron, you were like, "Is this a retro?" um, the joke is, for anyone who knows, it's like this is one of the ceremonies within Agile. I know within oh my god, what's it called? Not Agile. Agile is like Agile methodology is like the higher up thing, and this is a method of implementing it, which is not Kanban. Oh my gosh, what is the word for this style? I've forgotten. Scrum. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Etran. I was like, it's not Kanban. What is like, yeah, it's Scrum. It's a Scrum ceremony. Yes, this is a Scrum ceremony. But I've just skinned it differently. And it works. Well, for me anyway, to organize myself. Yeah, so tomorrow's the last day. Go back to the island. Where do you want to go? Tomorrow's the last day of Ameversary week. Um, yeah, and we're doing the chocolate mirror glaze, tempered chocolate decorations. No problem, Father John. Etran's like, and if anyone is interested, I have a product owner. I can offer my services. Yeah, if anyone is hiring, Etran is available for the right, not to like, you know, make sure Etran gets a good deal for the right conditions and compensation. Okay. Yeah. And then also tomorrow, depending on how good we are, so maybe cocktails. But I don't want to commit to cocktails because what I've experienced with this cake making thing, as much as I try to plan it, is that it becomes chaotic. And I'm gonna set my goals realistically in that I'll just be happy if we can complete the cake in what I can see, in what in with the vision that I have. And just to remind you, the vision is not just this, but the decoration as well. And I don't know So on the right, that's like the final vision of like this cylinder shaped cake with some gold decoration stuff on the top, and there are things that we're gonna have to figure out. And like the little like triangular things is like chocolate curls, tempered chocolate curls, and we don't know if it's gonna work. And there are a lot of like unknowns. There are a lot of things that, yeah. Anyway, that's the vision. Let's see what happens. Okay. Um. Yeah. I need to also add in here gold luster powder decorations. Yep. I've never worked with it before. Etran Henny plus zero sugar monster mixed drink. An Etran classic. I don't think I have any Henny. If we do cocktails, it's just going to be whatever I have in my alcohol cupboard, which I do have a little bit of everything, so I should be able to whip something up. But I can't. My brain is too occupied with chocolate cake that I just haven't had the brain space to organize ingredients ahead of time for cocktails. So we'll see what happens. Chaos, insanity. Well, at the very least, it is fun. Sometimes it's like just really fun to like to challenge and see at the end of it if something can happen, like something cool can happen. I think if I was better organized, then maybe I would do like calculations of volumes of containers and then how much volume the mousse would have occupied and stuff, but it's fine. Like, do you like gin? Yes. I like all spirits. I don't think there is a spirit that I don't like. Yeah. I can do that for you if you want. Gin. All right. Chat, can everyone just like spam like 2 or 3 emotes in the chat so that I can take a screenshot and save it? I think this is just a thing I like to do now, okay? Can everyone just give me like maximum 5 emotes. Don't be a Birchie Bear. Just thank you. All right, now I just need to wait for like the stream element stuff to like settle down a bit so it doesn't cover all my text. Yes. A monster and plus safari or better Portuguese liquor is a great mix. Okay. I have never heard of that. All right, let me take a screenshot. Copy to clipboard. Thanks, chat. Oh 09/18. Wrath Retro. Yeah, I'm speaking out loud what I name my files. I have a pedantic way where like the only time that I use American dating system is when I save files because I find that it sorts better by year, month, date. But as an Australian, the way that I write dates is day, month, year. But just for the purposes of computer files, I go year, month, date, and then the name of the file. I'm very descriptive with my naming of computer files, okay? Okay. All right, chat. We're done for today. I think today's a success. I think I still have enough time to get ready and to head to the play that I'm watching, the comedy show play. I think it's a play. Best way to name a computer. Thank you for the validation, Vosan. I think I just wanted to also say that I always have really so as hard as it is sometimes for me to like articulate myself on complex topics, I really appreciate people just kind of like sitting through as I find the words to navigate certain situations. And I think I always have a fear of people. I mean, everyone has this, right? A fear of people judging, and assuming the worst of me or anything like that. But I don't know. I get the sense that like if people come back, it's because they're forgiving of any mistakes I might do or might say or any feelings I might hurt. So yeah. So like honestly, thank you. And I never know what the vibe is like when we have those like lull moments on cooking streams and I just kind of muse about random stuff, like the way people think and stuff like that. So hopefully, like, I don't think I would change it. My hope is that people, I don't know, find it interesting and vibe or just enjoy the discussion. Um, yeah, but I get a sense, like a collective sense of like kindness from chat. And I'm always really, really thankful. Um, the vibe is how you make it. Yeah, I know what vibe I project, but sometimes like my interpretation of like chat's vibe, you're never really sure because you never really can know what people are thinking. Um, but yeah, thank you. I really I really really appreciate it. But yeah, that's the end of the stream. Tomorrow, everyone take a break, have a rest, and we will see how tomorrow pans out, which is great. Thank you, Bosan. Thank you for communicating that. I appreciate it. All right. Take care, everyone. Thank you once again for hanging out and like supporting me through this cake purgatory that is like never ending. Bye.